She did not protest. She did not accuse. She sat upon a cloud and watched the day stride out wearing the crown she had woven for it. In her lap, a bead of dew collected and, having nowhere else to go, fell from the hem of dawn. It glittered once, an unmistakable tear, and vanished into the blue. Hyperion, seeing the small wound in the morning, descended. He found Eos quiet, her eyes luminous but unsmiling. "Daughter," he said, "is the light too heavy?" "It is not heavy," she replied, "only hasty. Day forgets who opens the door for it." Hyperion's gaze warmed with rueful understanding. "Even gods misread the bow for the arrow," he said. "But without the bow, the arrow is only potential." He rested his hand upon her shoulder. "Teach him, not with complaint, with patience." So Eos did. The next morning she painted with a deeper rose, a shade that caught even Helios's speeding eye. He slowed, curiosity tugging his reins, and in that slowing the hills and waves bloomed with details he had never noticed. A flock of birds broke like script across the brightening air. On a cliff, the wind braided the hair of a future shepherd and taught it a song. Helios's fire softened. He nodded to his sister as he passed. Respect had been learned without speech. Still, Eos knew that respect can fade when heat reasserts itself. So she sought a way to remember dawn even at noon. In a hidden valley she planted a grove of tall, pale blossoms whose petals only opened to her first touch. Their name would travel through the languages of ages, roses, and each would cup a droplet of her early light so that even under harsh suns, a memory of gentleness remained. She visited the sea and left upon its surface a delicate corridor of brightness, the path mortals would one day call the Dawn Road, a bright lane that seems to lead from the horizon to the watcher's feet alone. It taught each heart the secret she cherished, that the universe arrives personally, not just generally. To stand at morning is to be seen. But the kindly tasks of dawn could not erase the darker workings below. From deep within Gaia, the murmurs of vengeance continued to wriggle upward, oily and patient. Eos felt them whenever her toes touched the rim of night. The shadows clung a breath too long, unwilling to leave. "Not yet," they seemed to whisper. "Soon." She carried that unease to Thea. "Mother," she asked, "what if my tears become rain for the wrong garden?" Thea's smile was a candle seen through a veil. "Tears are not orders," she said. "They are permissions. You grant the world permission to feel and still move. If destruction drinks a little of that, it too will soften. That is your power." Encouraged, Eos returned to the frontier of darkness with a new vow. She would never let the world wake without tenderness. If war must come, it would arrive through colors that reminded even armies they had once been children. At times she lingered longer than was wise, unwilling to abandon the gentle hush. On those mornings, Helios waited, and in his waiting he grew more patient. He learned to listen for his sister's faint bell, the silver chime that said, "Now." In that music, the sky found its manners. So did the gods who bothered to notice. One dawn, as she finished stitching the last thread of coral into the rim of the sea, Eos paused and turned eastward as if hearing something distant. Hyperion, watching from his high parapet, felt it too, the faint click of new gears entering the clock of fate. The prophecy of the younger gods had taken its next step. Somewhere far away, a woman hid a child. Somewhere nearer, a thunderhead rehearsed a cry. Eos closed her eyes. A single tear gathered and fell. Not sorrow now, but blessing. It struck the ocean and shattered into a million sparks, bright enough that even the fish blinked. "Wait kindly," she whispered to a world that would soon need kindness more than ever. "Wake, and remember who opened the door." Helios lifted his reins. Selene, in the west, loosened her silver veil. Thea watched, hands folded, a priestess of the interval. Hyperion placed his palm upon the sun's carved gate and felt it swing outward on the hinges of duty and love. Eos stepped aside. Day entered with a bow. Can eternal beings understand loss? Or is loss the secret that teaches eternity to be gentle? When night returned, it came not as absence but as invitation. After the wild glory of Helios's reign and the tender blush of Eos's dawn, the world needed stillness, a place to exhale. From that longing rose Selene, daughter of sight and reflection, mistress of calm, queen of what glimmers rather than burns. She stepped into the sky like a breathtaking form. Her gown was woven from mist, her hair trailed silver echoes of the stars. Where she walked, darkness softened, and shadows learned humility. Hyperion watched his daughter ascend and whispered, "The night has found its eyes." At first, Selene's journey was tentative. The heavens, so accustomed to roaring flame, did not easily welcome silence. She followed the edges of the horizon, tracing paths where sunlight had retreated, listening to the cool pulse of the earth beneath. Each step revealed a rhythm older than light itself, a slow, tidal heartbeat drawn from Gaia's deep waters. It was there, above the breathing sea, that Selene understood her purpose. "I will be not flame," she said, "but memory of flame. I will remind the world that even light must rest to be beautiful." And so she began her cycle. From the black heart of midnight, she would rise, crescent first, slender as hope, growing fuller with each night until the heavens glowed with silver completion. Then she would fade again, willingly, teaching by her own dimming that to disappear is not to die. The mortals who would one day chart her path were centuries from birth, but the creatures of the early world already felt her influence. Wolves lifted their voices to her light, not in hunger but in recognition. The seas responded to her pull, lifting and lowering their bodies in reverent obedience. The trees themselves tilted their crowns toward her passage, silvering their leaves in quiet applause. Hyperion's fire reached even here, though gentled. From his high halls, he looked upon the reflection of his own brilliance in his daughter's face. "You hold my light with grace," he said, "but do you not fear losing yourself in imitation?" Selene smiled faintly. "Reflection is not loss. It is dialogue. You reveal truth by illumination. I reveal truth by echo." Thea, proud and watchful, added, "An echo sometimes speaks what the source cannot." In time, Selene's glow began to inspire more than awe. It awakened introspection. Beasts that hunted by day learned caution. Those that moved by night discovered rhythm. Even the Titans, restless in their grandeur, found themselves calmed beneath her gaze. The world learned, through her, the sacred value of pause. But peace is never perfect. In the deep hours, when her silver path crossed the unseen cracks of creation, Selene would feel it. The faint rumble of her grandfather's curse, still alive beneath the world. The shadows she softened sometimes whispered back to her, calling her name not with love but with hunger. One night, as she drifted above the sleeping seas, she heard a voice from the black waters below. "Daughter of light," it hissed, "do you not tire of reflection? Why serve the day's memory when you could rule the night itself?" She hesitated. The voice rose again, seductive, rhythmic, like a tide drawing breath. "Cast your glow brighter, drown the stars, let the world forget the sun." For a heartbeat, the thought tempted her. To be light without comparison, to own the sky completely, such longing hums even within the hearts of gods. But then she remembered her mother's mirror, Thea's gentle truth, sight without humility blinds. "I will share the sky," Selene answered, her tone cool as the sea. "Even the darkness deserves its own voice." The voice receded, hissing into the depths. Yet the encounter left her unsettled. She carried the unease to her father. "There are things below," she said quietly, "that speak as if they remember a different kind of order." Hyperion's gaze dimmed. "They are remnants of the blood we spilled. Every age inherits the whisper of the last." Selene tilted her head, moonlight brushing his shoulder. "Then my task is not merely to calm, but to listen." From that night on, she did. Each time she crossed the heavens, she descended a little lower, nearer to the waters where reflection met truth. She began to speak to the tides, coaxing them into confession. Through their rhythm, she learned of the world's secret sorrows. Mountains mourning their immobility, rivers envying the sky, roots yearning for the stars. She held their grief and returned it softened, her light a balm upon restless hearts. And still she kept her silence, for wisdom, she knew, grows best in quiet soil. Kronos, the Titan king, noticed her patience and mistrusted it. Stillness hides plotting, he muttered, watching her from his throne. The silent ones always wait longest before the strike. Hyperion defended her gently. She waits not for conquest but for understanding. Kronos scoffed. Understanding is the first mask of rebellion. But Thea only smiled. And blindness is the first mark of tyranny. Selene heard none of this. Her journey consumed her. Each night she charted a slightly different course, weaving patterns of light across the vault of darkness. Maps not of territory, but of emotion. To those who could read them, they told stories. Of birth, of separation, of renewal. When mortals finally looked up, they would call it the calendar, the measure of months. To Selene, it was a song written in phases. As ages turned, her influence deepened. Lovers swore oaths under her crescents. Poets found rhythm in her cycle. Seas found heartbeat in her gravity. Yet she never claimed ownership. "The night is not mine," she would whisper. "I am only its lantern." Sometimes Hyperion visited her path. Father and daughter would drift together above the silvered clouds, their lights mingling in soft gradients. "Your silence holds the world steady," he told her once. "And your fire keeps it honest," she replied. "Together we make it complete." He smiled. "Then remember this. If the world forgets its balance, your calm will be its reminder." Selene nodded, but somewhere beneath their harmony, she felt a pulse she could not name, a faint crack in the rhythm of the heavens. The cycles of day and night were growing faster, as though destiny had begun to tap its foot impatiently. One evening, as she reached her zenith, a streak of gold split the horizon, Helios returning too soon. His impatience flashed like arrogance across her domain. She felt the pull of his power dragging at her light. "Brother," she called, "the sky has time enough for us both." "Time?" he shouted back. "Time obeys no one. The world hungers for brightness, and chokes on it," she whispered. Their lights collided, silver against gold, forming a brief and terrible brilliance that blinded even the stars. When the glare faded, the heavens carried a new scar, a narrow band of fire across Selene's face. Mortals would one day call it the lunar seam, the line that divides her light from her darkness. Helios bowed his head, ashamed. "Forgive me." Selene touched the wound gently. "It is nothing. Even reflection must sometimes be reminded it is strong enough to endure flame." That night she completed her orbit, the first full circle unmarred by pride. The moon shone brighter than it ever had before, not because it was flawless, but because it carried proof of survival. Far below, Hyperion watched and understood. His children were no longer symbols of his legacy. They had become lessons for the world itself. Light learning humility, dawn learning tenderness, night learning strength. He closed his eyes and whispered, "The world grows wiser than its makers." Above him, Selene continued along her silver road, her scar catching starlight like jewelry. The sky breathed in peace once more. But beneath the calm, the silence carried a new undertone, a faint, rhythmic growl from deep within the earth, as if prophecy were clearing its throat. When light divides, does it become weaker or wiser? Storm had been practicing in secret. You could hear it if you listened the way Selene listened, beneath the polite hush of nights, behind the bright authority of days. A dry percussion in distant cloud, a breath held too long above the mountains. Even the sea rehearsed, pushing and withdrawing as if learning a warlike dance. Hyperion marked each omen the way a scribe marks a margin, a small, careful note beside a text too grand to erase. The old prophecies had acquired locations. In the caverns of Crete, Rhea hid a child and drowned his cries beneath the clatter of loyal hands on bronze. Simple music made divine by purpose. On secret islands, the wind carried names that did not yet own lightning, but already owned attention. Somewhere under black rock, the Cyclopes stirred from long silence. Somewhere deeper, The 100-handed breathed like buried drums. And over all of it, Kronos counted nights, counted threats, counted minutes away from safety. Hyperion did not count. He watched. To be the light was to stand at the window of events and let them show themselves. He saw how Eos tinted the horizon with gentleness even as revolt sharpened its edge. He saw how Selene taught the sky to calm itself so the mind could think clearly. He saw Helios ride with careful pride, no longer crossing boundaries, but casting a brightness that made secrets harder to keep. Light was becoming conscience. One afternoon too still for comfort, Kronos summoned the Elder Titans to the Crystal Citadel. The hall was a geography of captured time. Arches veined with constellations, floors mapped with frozen currents. "Brothers, sisters," he said, voice smooth with practice. "Rumor fattens on fear. Today we thin it." He lifted a hand. Hourglass stars pivoted and stopped. Noon paused in the doorway like a guest reconsidering entry. Hyperion's glow remained steady. "Time is not cured by denial," he answered softly. "Reality does not shrink when named." Kronos' smile was sunlight on ice. "Then name it a child. One hidden from me by a mother who prefers prophecy to loyalty." The hall tightened. "If that child lives, he grows. If he grows, he reaches. If he reaches, he takes. We have ended one tyranny only to invite another. Or to permit renewal," Thea murmured. "Renewal is the vanity of the supplanted," Kronos replied, that ice melting to steel. "We hold the order. We are the dawn that never fades." A low, disobedient rumble passed through the pillars, as if the building itself doubted him. Hyperion heard it and understood. The world has opinions about its rulers. That night Selene cut a thinner silver across the dark, and the stars, emboldened, blinked faster. On the far rim of the sea, a modest spark stitched earth to cloud. It was not yet lightning. It was practice, the soft first syllable of a later shout. Eos felt it and let her rose linger longer at morning, as if cushioning the day for what it soon must bear. "Make tenderness habitual," she told the horizon. "We will need the reflex." Hyperion went walking along the margins of night where old laws grow thin. At the lip of a ravine he found a figure crouched among pines, younger than fear, older than caution. The boy, no longer quite a boy, held a crooked bow like a scepter nobody had yet agreed to acknowledge. His eyes were weather. Hyperion knew the name before he spoke it. Zeus. The youth looked up with the directness of unentitled kings. "Lightbringer," he said, as if greeting not a god but a witness. "I follow your path to see where the world is honest." "Honesty is not the same as mercy," Hyperion answered. "And mercy is not the same as surrender," said the child of thunder. He stood, and the air assembled around him as if he were not moving through it but recruiting it. "The sky is pressed too long into someone else's certainty. I will loosen it." Hyperion studied him, this grammar of weather stitched into a person. He thought of Kronos' blade, of Rhea's courage, of Gaia's bruises, of his own complicity, light that had watched a wound become custom. "If you rise," he said, "rise like morning, not like fire. Wake what you must. Do not burn what you don't yet understand." Zeus inclined his head. "Then meet me at the horizon," he replied. "If you cannot stand with me, stand near enough to remember truly." The meeting dissolved into forest and breath. Hyperion returned to the high parapets where Thea awaited without question. "Storm has a face," he said. "Does it have patience?" she asked. "It has reasons," he said. "They can become patience if given a road." That road arrived disguised as weather. Clouds arranged themselves into opinion. Winds found allegiance. The sea rehearsed attack, then restraint, then attack again, learning choreography. When the first true bolt tore the distance, it did not aim for a palace. It aimed for silence. The noise shook the habit of fear from the air. On Othries, the crystal citadel answered with a noise of its own, the brittle clatter of perfection recognizing its limit. Kronos armed. He did not bellow, he narrowed. "Iapetus, Krios, see us your borders," he commanded, thin lips erasing compromise. To Hyperion, blind the horizon. If revolt cannot see itself, it will forget to move. Hyperion held. His light had never been a weapon. It had been a room, a teacher, a vow. I will not darken truth, he said, even when truth frightens me. Kronos' eyes cooled. Then hold the day steady, he conceded. So I may correct the night. But night had already voted. The Cyclopes rolled thunder into spheres and handed them to Zeus like instruments, not bombs. The 100-handed lifted mountains the way children lift drums. In the caves where Rhea had once drowned a baby's cries with bronze, the bronze itself began to sing, courage clanging time. The first clash was not a clash. It was refusal. Zeus hurled a measured bolt across the sky's old seam. It sowed nothing, tore nothing, but announced grammar. Here is where power speaks without cruelty. Kronos replied with a cut that preserved nothing. The blade rang against the new rule and made no music. Helios steadied his team at the zenith, hooves stamping careful fire. Father, he called. Hold your circuit, Hyperion answered. The world must see. See what? The difference between rage and remedy. The second movement came like architecture. Allies arranged by principle, not terror. Poseidon's trident persuaded seas into columns that did not drown but parted, remaking borders. Hades, quiet, exact, opened hollows where harm could fall without spreading. Hera wove command into care, turning panic into structure. Athena's thought arrived whole, like a bridge lowered from a finished future. The old world astonished itself by how quickly it recognized competence. Kronos attacked structure with spectacle. He widened the sky, thinned the air, tried to slow the hour so that courage would run out of time. Hyperion felt the drag in the sunlight and, for the first and last time, pushed back with brightness. Not to blind, but to warm stamina. Fields held. Hills did not kneel. Faces, mortal faces not yet born, seemed present in the posture of rivers. For a day that lasted longer than a day, creation argued with itself at a volume that did not shatter meaning. When exhaustion circled, Selene lowered a cool hand across the battlefield. When despair grazed the edges, Eos leaked color into the heart of grit. Hyperion kept the dome honest, adjusting glare to sight, tempers to evidence. By dusk, the real dusk earned rather than scheduled. The sky contained two truths at once: the grandeur of what had been, the necessity of what must be. Kronos felt the world decide and lunged to unmake the decision. He tore a rent in the west and tried to stuff the future through it. Zeus did not answer with bigger thunder. He answered with boundary. A ring of light, Hyperion's light, laid down like law around the whole. The tear stopped widening. The past, for the first time, respected a line. Silence followed. Not surrender, calculation. Kronos measured what he had left to spend and discovered that terror is expensive when the audience has learned discernment. He turned to the elders. Hyperion, he said, voice almost intimate. If you do not burn with me, you will fade with me. Hyperion's reply was simple. If I burn with you, I cannot light what follows. And then the sky did something it had not done since the beginning. It listened to its own condition. The clouds withdrew to think. The wind reconsidered allegiance. Even the stars, ancient and fond of ceremony, blinked a slower, wiser blink. Decision became climate. Night arrived not as defeat but as interval. Selene arced a clear road across the quiet. The armies, old and new, retreated to review themselves. Hyperion stood between eras, radiant but tired, and let his light cool to gold around the edges. He looked east, where Eos would soon begin her gentle work again, and asked the question no victory can silence. How do we win without becoming what we resist? His answer was not yet a word. It was restraint, the discipline to stop just before triumph turns tyrant. Far below, the hidden child who had met the Lightbringer made camp beneath a laurel that would one day become a crown. He slept the sleep of a storm that has learned the difference between cleansing and ruin. Above, Hyperion opened the door of another dawn and held it there. Wide enough for justice, narrow enough for pride to scrape its shoulders. Can the dawn survive the storm it helped create? The rebellion had torn through heaven like a fever that refused to break. For 10 years of divine time, 10,000 mortal lifetimes, the sky had burned, healed, and burned again. The Titans fought with the desperation of memory, the younger gods with the hunger of becoming. And between them, like a bridge of light stretched to breaking, stood Hyperion, the Titan of the sun, neither fully conqueror nor conquered, but witness to the changing of eternity. He had never sought a crown, yet every dawn still answered to him. Even in war, the sun rose because he willed it. The world's rhythm could not survive without his mercy. But each day his light grew heavier, each night more uncertain. The storms of Zeus crackled across his horizon now, no longer whispers of rebellion, but the language of inevitability. When the final battle came, the sky itself looked wounded. Clouds hung like torn banners, dripping light and blood together. The earth shuddered beneath the clash of immortal wills. From Mount Othries, the last fortress of the Titans, rivers of fire poured into the sea. Helios's chariot stood tethered in the distance, abandoned. Even the sun hesitated to rise until destiny finished speaking. Kronos fought like the idea of time itself, slow, implacable, grinding everything into chronology. Zeus fought like youth learning purpose, swift, bold, ruthless in the name of order. Their weapons were philosophies wrapped in thunder. Every strike redefined what the universe believed possible. Hyperion entered the battlefield quietly. He did not roar like Oceanus, nor rend mountains like Ceus. He came as illumination comes, sudden, revealing, impossible to ignore. His presence melted shadow from the rocks and exposed the faces of those who hid within them. Friend and foe alike paused, caught between awe and fear. "Father of light," Zeus called, his voice echoing through the fractured air. "You stand with a doomed age." Hyperion's answer was calm as the sun before a storm. "I stand with balance. I stand where creation can see itself clearly before it destroys what it loves." Lightning split the sky. "There is no balance left," said Zeus. "Only renewal." "Then may your renewal remember mercy," Hyperion said, and lifted his hand. The heavens ignited. Pure gold flared across the battlefield, brighter than thunder, brighter than reason. The young gods shielded their eyes. The Titans raised their arms. For an instant, Hyperion's light stilled the chaos. Rivers of flame froze in midair, bolts of lightning hung like ornaments, and time itself held its breath. Then the light folded inward, slowly, gracefully, terribly. Hyperion drew his fire into a single spear of radiance and cast it toward the sky, not to kill, but to reveal. It tore through cloud and darkness, showing all of creation its reflection. Titans locked in arrogance, gods blinded by ambition, a world trembling between them. The revelation stung worse than pain. Truth always does, but truth has a cost. Zeus, dazzled yet resolute, raised his thunderbolt. "Then let even truth be tested," he said, and hurled it. The bolt met the spear of light midair. The collision was not sound. It was silence made visible, an implosion of meaning. When the shockwave passed, the world had changed color. Hyperion fell from the sky, trailing gold that cooled into ash. His fire scattered across the horizon like dying stars. He struck the earth with a sound that split seas. The ground bloomed around him, glassed by his heat. He lay there motionless, his armor cracked, his radiance bleeding through the fissures like molten sunlight. Above him, the younger gods closed ranks. Victory was near, but triumph felt too heavy to lift. Kronos, seeing his brother fall, roared in fury. He swung his sickle at Zeus, but his strike missed destiny by an inch. The storm caught him, and time, the one thing that had always belonged to him, turned against its master. The sky sealed its decision. The Titans fell, one by one, into the abyss that waited below. Only Hyperion's light lingered. It would not extinguish, even as the world dimmed. The younger gods, cautious, approached the fallen Titan. Zeus knelt beside him, the thunder still fading in his hand. "You could have joined us," he said quietly. You saw the end before it came. Hyperion's eyes flickered open, distant suns dimming in surrender. I did not join because I do not belong to conquest, he whispered. I belong to memory. What memory? Asked Zeus. The one that reminds even kings to be kind, Hyperion breathed. When you build your Olympus, build it wide enough for dawn and dusk alike. Pause long, human, imperfect. Zeus bowed his head. You will not be forgotten. Hyperion smiled faintly. You will forget. All rulers forget. But the sun will remind you. His hand fell, palm open, toward the ground. From his fingers spilled the last fragments of divine fire, small spheres of light that rolled into the earth like seeds. Let them rise, he murmured. As warmth, as memory, as forgiveness. The storm passed. The battlefield exhaled. Thea appeared then, her reflection rippling through the dust, her face both sorrow and peace. She knelt beside her husband and touched his brow. His body was cooling, but his essence burned within her touch. He is not gone, she said softly to Zeus. Light never leaves. It travels. And indeed, from the scarred horizon, a glow began to form, the faint promise of sunrise. Helios's chariot stirred again, its horses pawing the clouds. He calls, whispered Thea. Even in death, he calls his son to carry the fire forward. Zeus looked eastward, the new dawn breaking through the ruins. For a heartbeat, his victory felt smaller than the light it revealed. Then let it rise, he said. Let the sky remember who first taught it to shine. The gods withdrew. The Titans, bound in defeat, were cast into the depths of Tartarus, where chains hummed like echoes of old songs. But Hyperion's body was not dragged below. Thea lifted him gently into the heavens once more, and where he fell, a new star ignited, the last flare of the old age, the first blessing of the new. From that day on, mortals would see his glow each morning and name it sunrise, never knowing it was born of sacrifice. They would feel his warmth and call it comfort, never realizing it was memory. The war was over. The reign of the Titans had ended. The age of the Olympians had begun. Yet in the space between loss and legacy, something enduring remained. The quiet vow of a god who had chosen not to rule, but to illuminate. In the stillness after thunder, the world whispered his name. Hyperion. What happens to light when it dies? When the last thunder faded, silence claimed the world. Not peace, but aftermath. The air trembled with the ghost of sound, the way a struck bell hums long after the hammer is gone. The war was over. Olympus had not yet risen, but the Titans had already fallen. Their voices, once vast as weather, now echoed only in the hollow chambers beneath the earth. Zeus stood upon the broken heights of Mount Othries, the ruins of the crystal citadel still gleaming faintly under soot and lightning. Around him the younger gods took measure of their triumph, not yet understanding that victory is a kind of grief. The world had changed, and change, even when righteous, leaves scars. Send them below, Zeus commanded at last. His tone was not cruel, it was final. Let the age of their pride rest where time cannot find it. So the Titans were gathered, not slain, for such beings cannot die. They were bound, each with a chain shaped from his own domain. Oceanus with rings of hardened current, Creos in belts of wind that forever folded, Ceus wrapped in thought made solid. Kronos himself was shackled with his own invention, links of pure chronology, each second sealing him tighter than the last. And deep among them, under layers of rock and resonance, lay Hyperion. He had not resisted capture. When the storm ended, he simply knelt where he fell, eyes open, light leaking quietly from the fissures in his golden form. The younger gods approached him cautiously, unsure if the radiance they saw was power or surrender. It was both. Will you come willingly? Asked Zeus. Hyperion looked toward the newborn dawn, where his son Helios already drew the sun upward. Where else would light go? He said. But downward into memory? Zeus inclined his head. He did not answer. The order was given, and the ground opened. A chasm vast as oblivion yawned at Hyperion's feet. From it rose the chill of eternal twilight, the sigh of forgotten ages. The other titans roared and fought as they were dragged within, but Hyperion only turned once toward the sky, toward Thea and his children watching from above. To shine, he called, is to promise return. Then he stepped willingly into the dark. Tartarus closed over them. Beneath the earth, time lost its name. The prison of the Titans was not fire, nor ice, but suspension. An endless half-light where memory and regret shared the same air. The walls were made of distance itself. Each thought, once spoken, echoed for centuries before finding a reply. Hyperion sat upon a stone that glowed faintly with his own residue. Around him, Kronos' chains rattled with the grinding tick of captured time. "You could have joined me," the Titan King hissed through the gloom. "I did," said Hyperion softly, "until I learned that victory built on blindness is only another kind of night." Kronos turned away, his outline flickering like a broken clock. "You preach even in ruin," he muttered. "I remember," Hyperion replied. "That is different." The others grumbled. Iapetus cursed. Oceanus raged against walls that no current could erode. Hyperion's stillness irritated them. His faint glow made their own darkness visible. They did not understand that his light was not defiance. It was persistence, the instinct of illumination refusing to die. Centuries passed in silence, measured not by seconds, but by fading echoes. The Titans learned that immortality is not freedom, it is endurance. Yet among them, Hyperion alone seemed at peace. He tended his small circle of radiance, neither shrinking nor spreading it. Within that sphere of gold, he kept a single vision alive, a memory of the sky before arrogance, when light and dark were lovers, not enemies. Sometimes he would rise to his feet, lift his palm, and the prison around him would shimmer, just enough for the faintest beam to escape upward through cracks of stone. Those fragments of brightness found their way to the surface, where mortals mistook them for sunbeams breaking through storm clouds. They called them hope. Above ground, the new gods built Olympus. The seasons learned their rhythm. Mortals were shaped, given fire, language, hunger. They prayed to Helios, not knowing that within the sunlight rode the ghost of his father's endurance. Hyperion's sacrifice became the unseen backbone of every dawn. In Tartarus, he felt those prayers faintly, the warmth of faith reaching downward like roots. They did not rescue him, but they reminded him why he had chosen to descend. Not for punishment, but for continuity. Light cannot die. It can only change elevation. Thea visited him once, slipping between shadows like reflection slipping across water. No chain could bind her. Sight, after all, passes through everything. "My love," she said, her voice trembling as though carried through mirrors. "The world forgets your name." "Good," he answered. "Then perhaps it will remember the lesson instead." She knelt beside him, her radiance merging with his. "Do you regret staying behind?" "Regret is for those who think light belongs to them," he said. "I have given it away. It grows." They touched palms, and where they met, a new warmth bloomed, the quiet pulse of an unextinguished sun. For a moment, the walls of Tartarus turned translucent, and above, the dawn burned brighter than ever before. Zeus saw it from Olympus and paused. "Even buried," he murmured, "the old light answers." As the ages rolled on, Tartarus changed shape. What began as a prison became a kind of archive, the storage of divine consequence. The Titans' rage softened into meditation. Their voices, once thunder, became mantra. Hyperion's glow spread, not outward but inward, illuminating the depths of each fallen god's memory. In that soft radiance, even Kronos found reflection, seeing at last the futility of timelessness. "Perhaps," Kronos said one endless dusk, "we were not overthrown but refined." Hyperion smiled in the half-dark. "Then you finally understand the rhythm. To rise, one must fall. To fall, one must burn." Above them, mortals marked another dawn. The chariot of Helios crossed the firmament, tireless. Its golden will shone slightly warmer on days when mortals prayed for courage. as though the Father below lent his son one more ounce of grace. In the hush between sunrise and noon, Thea's reflection sometimes rippled across the ocean, whispering through light and wave alike. He endures. And so he did. For though Tartarus held his body, the world above held his meaning. Light, once born, cannot be recalled. It merely finds new directions in which to travel. In the final quiet of that eternal dusk, Hyperion closed his eyes and listened to the heartbeat of creation. The same rhythm he had kindled at the dawn of time. It had changed tempo but not essence. And within that sound, he smiled, whispering words that only the cosmos could hear. I am not gone. I have simply gone within. A flicker passed through the stone, and for a heartbeat, the entire prison glowed like sunrise under the earth. Can light be imprisoned? Or does it simply wait for its return? Above the depths where Hyperion rested, the sky burned gold again. The new world had learned to breathe without its titans, but it had not forgotten how to look upward. Every morning, mortals raised their faces to a light that seemed both young and ancient, a fire that belonged to Helios, yet carried whispers of something older. When Helios took the reins of his chariot, he felt that whisper within him, a steady pulse of memory beneath the roar of flame. It was not command, it was presence. Every spark that flew from his wheels, every reflection that danced across the seas, carried the subtle warmth of a father's hand still guiding, still teaching, even from the dark. Your light is strong, said Eos one morning as they met at the edge of dawn. But sometimes it feels as though it remembers another. Helios smiled faintly. Because it does. My light is not mine alone. It carries the echo of the first sunrise. He rose higher, his horses straining against the pull of the earth. The air shimmered, vibrating with ancient resonance. The mortals below shaded their eyes and called him God. But Helios knew he was only a vessel. He had inherited more than brilliance. He had inherited witness. Thea, from her mirrored realm, saw this too. She spoke softly to the dawn winds, her voice slipping through layers of air until it reached her son. Remember, child, she said, the light you bear is not for glory, but for remembrance. Your father burns beneath you. Each sunrise is his prayer escaping the stone. Helios listened, and every morning after, when he rose, he drove the chariot not in conquest, but in reverence. The world below felt it, the gentler radiance, the warmth that comforted instead of commanded. It was the difference between domination and devotion. Yet even memory can be heavy. As centuries passed, Helios began to sense the weight of inheritance pressing upon him. The mortals built temples, carved his image into marble, offered hymns that echoed through mountains, and each praise, instead of lifting him, deepened his longing. The more they adored him, the more he missed the simplicity of his father's light, unadorned, pure, silent. At dusk, when he brought the chariot home, he often lingered at the horizon, staring into the burning ocean. There, as the fire sank, he would hear faint murmurs carried by the wind, sounds that were not quite words, but more than silence. It was the breath of Hyperion, rising through cracks in the underworld. Do you still see me, father? Helios would whisper, and far below, through miles of stone and memory, Hyperion would answer, not in speech but in resonance. The fire within Helios's chest would flicker once, a pulse perfectly timed to the heartbeat of the earth. The gods above did not notice. Zeus and his kin had begun their reign, preoccupied with rule and rivalry. The Olympians built palaces of marble and prophecy, their laughter shaking the clouds. But the sun, though it shone for them, belonged to another lineage. It carried the melody of the Titans, buried but not broken. One day, Athena, ever the observer, approached Helios at dawn. Your light feels different from ours, she said. Zeus commands lightning, sudden and sharp. You offer something slower, older. Why? Helios smiled, his gaze fixed on the horizon. Because lightning teaches fear, but sunlight teaches endurance. Endurance, Athena repeated thoughtfully. Perhaps that is wisdom in disguise. As she departed, the young god turned his eyes downward once more. He saw the world shimmering with vitality, rivers glinting like veins of living gold, forests weaving patterns of shadow and radiance. In every reflection, he saw a fragment of his father's fire, surviving, adapting, refusing to die. Yet memory is a double-edged flame. Some nights, when Selene rode her silver course and the stars whispered secrets of fate, Helios would dream of Tartarus, of chains humming with quiet light, of his father seated in stillness, eyes closed but aware. In those dreams, Hyperion spoke, "Do not pity me, child. I am the ember beneath your blaze. Without shadow, the sun is blind." Helios would wake with tears that turned instantly to steam upon his cheeks. The fire within him ached, not from pain, but from recognition. He began to change his course. Subtle at first, a gentler arc, a slower descent, but soon the difference spread through nature itself. The days grew warmer yet kinder, the nights shorter yet deeper. The world responded, evolving under this rhythm. Flowers opened not in fear of the sun but in welcome. Oceans mirrored him with affection, not defiance. And somewhere below, Hyperion smiled in his dim prison. He felt his son's adjustments like fingers tuning a forgotten instrument. The light above sang in the same key as his own memory, and the resonance soothed the weary titans around him. Even Kronos, bound in the cage of his own time, paused in his mutterings to listen. "What is that sound?" he asked. "Legacy," Hyperion replied, "the kind that cannot be buried." For the first time, the gloom of Tartarus glowed faintly gold. The light did not come from any torch or divine weapon. It seeped through the cracks in the ceiling, filtered sunlight, the faintest echo of Helios's devotion. It fell upon the titans like gentle rain, and though their chains held, the warmth eased their anger. Thea appeared again in that glow, her face half reflection, half memory. "He remembers you," she whispered. Hyperion's voice was soft but certain. "No, he becomes me." Above, mortals looked to the horizon and saw the same truth in their own way. Each sunrise now carried a human echo of divine inheritance, a promise that something lost still guided what remained. When the day began, they felt not just light but lineage. They did not know it, but their hearts beat in rhythm with Hyperion's ancient vow, to illuminate without possession. As the centuries unfolded, storytellers began to speak of the sun as more than a star. They said it listened. They said it had a memory, a conscience, a will to warm even those who did not deserve warmth. They did not know that these were the qualities of a fallen god, the titan who refused bitterness, whose fire had learned compassion. In Tartarus, Hyperion heard those stories, carried down as faint vibrations through the walls of eternity. He smiled, eyes closed. "So long as they remember the warmth," he murmured. "They remember me." And above him, Helios completed his arc across the heavens, the wheel of his chariot glowing like a heartbeat. Every revolution was both tribute and testimony, the sun carrying forward the echo of a father who refused to vanish. The universe, it seemed, had discovered a new kind of immortality, not one of endless life, but of permanent remembrance. The light did not belong to a single god anymore. It belonged to all who remembered where it came from. Is legacy the same as immortality? Time, in its slow mercy, began to wash the scars of war away. Mountains cooled. Seas forgot their screams. The age of Titans slipped into myth, and in its wake the world learned to live beneath a calmer sun. But though centuries passed, light remained the patient teacher of all things. It was everywhere, on the blade of a leaf, in the gleam of a river, in the small trembling of dawn upon mortal faces. And within that light pulsed a memory. Hyperion's fire, though buried beneath miles of stone and silence, had never stopped speaking. Its voice rose through Helios's warmth, through the gleam of Thea's reflections, through every shimmer that reminded the living they were seen. Slowly, the world began to draw meaning from illumination itself. It started with the smallest creatures, plants turning their faces toward the sun, knowing without thinking that life was direction. Then came mortals, who learned the same instinct but gave it names. hope, faith, curiosity. They built their homes where morning struck first, traced the sun's path across the sky, and found rhythm in the rising and falling of radiance. They did not know they were repeating the Titan's ancient vow: to seek light, to honor its return, to never surrender to endless dark. Hyperion's lesson had traveled well. On Olympus, Zeus watched the mortals with quiet wonder. The younger gods had begun to find fascination in human imitation, how the fragile sought the eternal through ritual and art. Athena wrote the geometry of sunlight into the minds of philosophers. Apollo stole its music and taught mortals to sing in praise. Even Hermes, the restless messenger, borrowed the glint of dawn for his winged sandals. But no god understood the depth of the lesson like Helios did. Each day he crossed the firmament, watching civilizations rise beneath him. He saw kings lift their faces in pride and peasants lift them in prayer, both believing that the same light favored them. And he thought, perhaps that is the truth of it. For light does not choose, it reveals. When evening came, he would descend into the western sea, letting the salt wash his chariot clean. In the golden hush between day and night, he often heard his father's whisper in the waves, "Shine without judgment. The sun that condemns burns what it was meant to nourish." Those words became the creed of his orbit. Yet even light has its critics. Some mortals began to see its constancy as indifference. "The sun shines on the wicked as on the good," they said. "It blesses both kings and killers." They did not understand that such impartiality was not cruelty. It was the highest form of mercy. For Hyperion's truest lesson was balance. He had given light to reveal, not to reward, to warm, not to favor. In Tartarus, Hyperion felt the ripples of this misunderstanding and smiled sadly. "They argue about fairness," he said to Thea's faint reflection, "as if fairness were the purpose of creation." "What then is the purpose?" she asked. "Recognition," he said. "To know what is not what we wish to see. That is light's burden and its blessing." Even bound in chains, his radiance pulsed brighter for a moment. The other titans stirred uneasily, their gloom challenged by illumination they could not shut out. Kronos glared through the dimness. "Your lessons breed rebellion," he said. "Look what curiosity did to me." "Curiosity didn't undo you, brother," Hyperion replied gently. "Blindness did." The chain of time rattled once in irritation, then stilled. Above, mortals began to craft temples to the sun. They built them not only on mountaintops but in the hearts of cities, places where light could strike stone and remind man of the divine. Priests rose at dawn to greet Helios with hymns. Children learned that morning was a promise kept. But somewhere deeper, in the folds of human thought, philosophers began to interpret the sun not as God but as symbol, a mirror of truth itself. "Light reveals," they said. "To see is to know, and to know is to change." They carved those words into marble, unaware that they were reciting the creed of a titan long forgotten. From his chariot, Helios watched their understanding bloom. "They learn faster than gods," he told his sister Selene. "Perhaps because their days are numbered. Perhaps because they can still be surprised," she answered. "Eternity forgets how to marvel." He laughed softly. "Then let them marvel. That too is light's design." Centuries turned. Empires rose beneath the steady rhythm of sunrise and sunset. Painters found new ways to catch the sun upon canvas. Poets compared love to morning. Kings timed their coronations with the first light. Each act, whether noble or vain, was a tribute to illumination's persistence. Yet Hyperion's lesson did not stop at beauty. It demanded accountability. For light, once cast, shows everything. The perfection of marble, the cracks beneath the paint. When it reached temples of pride, it exposed greed. When it touched swords, it made them gleam too brightly to ignore the blood upon them. And when it entered hearts, it forced mortals to reckon with their shadows. The wise learned that to love light, one must accept exposure. The foolish built walls. Helios observed this with a mixture of admiration and sorrow. "They treat enlightenment as comfort," he said to the dawn one morning. They forget it is also correction. From the horizon, Eos's laughter drifted like soft music. Then teach them both, she said. That is the legacy we carry. In the deep beneath worlds, Hyperion stirred. He could feel the moral tremors of those words. The chariot's path above him vibrated through the fabric of creation, and his golden chains hummed like strings on an unseen instrument. They begin to understand, he whispered to the stillness. Not just light as warmth, but as truth. He looked around the dim prison. Even Tartarus seemed to have softened, its shadows now tinted faintly amber. The lesson has traveled far, he said. Perhaps even here, where eyes are closed. Thea's reflection glimmered faintly upon the walls. You were never meant to rule forever, she said. You were meant to teach forever. Hyperion smiled, eyes half shut, radiance flickering steady as a heartbeat. Then my reign is eternal. Above them, Helios's will continued its faithful turn. Mortals awoke, blinked, and found the world bright again. They did not ask why the sun rose. They simply trusted that it would. That trust, innocent and unspoken, was the greatest hymn ever offered to a god who had taught them to believe in constancy. Hyperion's spirit rose with each dawn. The more mortals learned, the lighter his burden became. He could feel the universe repeating his truth in every reflection, every candle, every flash of understanding. For the first time since his fall, he felt free not in body, but in meaning. His captivity had become his classroom, his silence, his sermon. The world above glowed with his lesson, that to see clearly is both a privilege and a price. And as the sun climbed, washing the mountains in gold, the echo of his voice moved through time itself, whispering to all who sought illumination, divine or mortal alike. Light does not judge, it reveals. What you do with what you see is your salvation or your ruin. The day shone brighter. The shadows drew closer to their own edges, defined yet peaceful. Somewhere beneath, the Titan of the sun closed his eyes again, content in the rhythm he had created. Does the sun shine differently when it remembers? Centuries turned like pages, and the ink of memory began to fade. Temples cracked, statues lost their names. The songs that once echoed Hyperion's light grew faint, carried only by winds that no longer remembered who they served. The world had grown louder, busier, hungrier for new gods, and in that noise, the flame of the first dawn dimmed. It began not with rebellion but neglect. Mortals still woke beneath the sun, but few now lifted their eyes to greet it. They saw its warmth as given, not granted, its rising as habit, not miracle. The gift had become background, and background is where all gratitude eventually dies. On Olympus, even the younger gods noticed the change. Helios still drove his chariot, unwavering and dutiful, but his fire carried a strange hollowness now, a rhythm missing its echo. Eos painted her mornings as beautifully as ever, yet the mortals rarely paused to watch. Selene glided through her silver courses to audiences that slept beneath her quiet splendor. Their eyes are open, said Eos softly one dawn, but their hearts are closed. Helios looked down at the cities of men, great towers of stone, smoke rising from endless fires. They've made their own suns, he murmured, watching the glow of forges and torches fill the darkness. They think they no longer need ours. Selene drifted closer, her silver veil trembling. Light without reverence is the coldest kind, she said. Thea, listening from the horizon, sighed. The world forgets what it does not fear to lose. But beneath them, in Tartarus, Hyperion stirred. Though buried beneath miles of silence, he could feel the withdrawal of mortal reverence like the cooling of his own pulse. The prayers that once warmed the depths had become whispers, thin as dust. For the first time in ages, he felt truly alone. He spoke into the dimness. So this is the price of peace, he said. When terror ends, memory fades. The shadows did not answer. Only the faint echo of his own light pulsed against the stone, softer than it had ever been. He remembered the early days, when mortals had bowed at dawn, not from superstition but wonder, when temples blazed with fire that meant gratitude, not fear. And he understood something the young gods did not yet grasp. That worship is not about power, it is about continuity. Without remembrance, even the divine becomes a rumor. In his quiet cell of light, Hyperion closed his eyes. "If they must forget my name," he whispered, "let them at least remember warmth." On the surface, mortals had begun to turn inward. They built cities that swallowed the horizon, blocking the sky with ambition. They studied stars as objects, not omens. Light became science, not sanctity. Candles replaced torches of prayer. The sacred was measured, categorized, and tamed. But even tamed light retains memory. Every flame still flickered with a trace of the Titan's rhythm, breathing, pulsing, whispering. When mortals lit their hearths at night, the warmth on their skin was the same warmth that once flowed from Hyperion's heart. They did not know this, but the soul remembers what the mind forgets. In the hush between centuries, a few still felt it. Poets who stared too long at sunsets, sculptors who carved the sun's face into forgotten stones, wanderers who rose early to walk alone beneath the first blush of dawn. They were all touched by the ghost of Hyperion's fire. It was not belief, it was recognition. Thea watched over these few and smiled sadly. "Even oblivion cannot erase instinct," she said. "The world may forget his name, but it still wakes because of him." Helios, hearing this, tightened his grip on the reins of his chariot. The horses snorted fire, impatient. "If they will not remember, then I will remind," he vowed. The next morning, the sunrise came fiercer than it had in centuries. The sky exploded with crimson and gold, waves of color so vivid they seemed to sing. Mountains glowed, oceans mirrored flame. Mortals stopped mid-step, struck still by the spectacle. Some fell to their knees, others simply stared, feeling something ancient press against their hearts, a longing they could not name. For that single morning, the forgotten Titan's essence touched the world again. In Tartarus, Hyperion felt the surge. His body, once dim, flared to life. The chains that bound him glowed, not with resistance but with memory. His eyes opened, and for the first time in millennia, he saw the faint shadow of his own fire reflected upon the walls. "Ah," he breathed, "so they remember after all, not through names, but through awe." He rose slowly, the golden light spilling from him like dust shaken from wings. The heart recalls what the tongue denies. From above, Helios felt the answer. A golden tremor passed through his chariot. "Father," he whispered into the wind. The whisper that came back was faint but clear. "Shine gently, my son, for even forgotten flames can burn the careless." Helios's eyes filled with tears bright as fire. "I will," he said, and guided the sun toward noon with new steadiness. Days turned again to decades. The brilliance of that sunrise faded into legend. Priests called it the day the sky remembered. Painters tried to capture its colors. None succeeded. But in every heart that saw it, something shifted. A subtle humility, an awareness that the world's warmth was older than its own comprehension. From that day onward, humanity changed its rituals. Temples were built not to gods but to light itself. Quiet spaces where the first ray of dawn entered through narrow windows, striking altars of stone. People came not to pray for favor, but simply to stand in stillness as the sun touched them. They no longer called that god Hyperion or even Helios. They called it morning, and morning was enough. Thea watched this evolution from her silver realm and turned to Hyperion through the shimmering distance of reflection. "Do you see?" she asked. "You are not forgotten. You are simply transformed." Hyperion smiled in the dim glow of his eternal prison. "Then I have succeeded," he said. "To teach light to live without its name, that is the purest immortality." He sank back into his stillness, the faint warmth of the world above seeping into his form like a heartbeat. His chains no longer felt like chains, but roots, anchors holding him within the soil of creation, feeding the fire that would never die. In time, the world would rename everything, even the heavens. Scholars would trace the paths of the planets, chart the sun's distance, measure its heat, and speak of fusion instead of divinity. But none of that could strip Hyperion's essence from the act of illumination itself. Every sunrise remained a resurrection, every candle a confession, every spark a fragment of the first flame. And so the Titan endured, not as a figure in marble, not as a word on the tongue, but as a feeling that rose with every dawn and settled with every dusk, the unspoken gratitude of existence. In Tartarus, the old light sighed like a tired teacher content with his students' progress. "They no longer pray to me," he whispered, "but they still wake by me." And above, the horizon blazed softly with gold. What becomes of gods when belief fades? The centuries marched on, polishing the world smooth. Empires rose and fell beneath the same patient sky. Statues weathered, languages molted. Gods exchanged faces like actors sharing a mask. Yet through every age, something older than devotion endured, the impulse to look toward brightness, even when no one remembered whose brightness it was. Scholars of the new dawn gathered scrolls and fragments, trying to translate silence into memory. They read faded hymns that spoke of the first fire, of he who saw all things. Names shifted like sand: Hyperion, Helion, Pharon. Each meant roughly the same: light that reveals. None quite caught the music of the original, but the melody persisted. In Alexandria's library, is the wisdom we lacked," Hyperion replied. "Mortals have learned to love beauty without demanding ownership." That night, Selene rode higher than usual, her silver light caressing the towers of sleeping cities. In their windows glimmered thousands of small fires, lamps, candles, hearths, all fragments of the same source. She smiled. "They have carried you into their homes," she whispered. Hyperion's voice drifted up through the wind. "They have carried me into themselves." When morning returned, the world glowed with ordinary perfection. A merchant opened his stall just as the first ray brushed his hands. A mother lifted her child to show him the dawn. A scholar, weary from study, looked out his window and forgot his equations for a heartbeat, simply breathing in the gold. None of them spoke Hyperion's name. None needed to. The reverence lived in the act of noticing. In that quiet awareness lay the culmination of every myth, every rebellion, every fall. Light had become understanding. The divine no longer ruled from thrones but pulsed behind eyes. And in Tartarus, where chains had once bound fire, there was only peace. Thea's voice, soft as reflection on calm water, asked one final question. "Does it pain you that they've forgotten you?" Hyperion's answer was almost laughter. "My name was never the lesson. My light was." He raised his hand. Gold bloomed from his palm and drifted upward, passing through miles of stone until it reached the surface as the day's first warmth. It touched the cheeks of a child standing on a hill and made him smile. In that smile, the Titan's immortality was complete. The world, wiser now, would call such moments inspiration, enlightenment, awakening. But to the cosmos, it was simply continuity, the same fire traveling under new names, through new vessels. Light had transcended language, religion, and even memory. It had become universal truth. And so Hyperion's story did not end with worship, or even remembrance. It ended with participation. Every living thing that sought clarity, comfort, or courage was an unwitting keeper of his flame. In every spark of discovery, every dawn of forgiveness, every window flung open to morning, he lived again. The Titan smiled from the quiet beneath creation. Content. He had become what all gods secretly long to be, unnecessary, because their lesson has taken root. Perhaps he never fell at all. Perhaps he became the light within us. There are moments in history when the world feels older than itself, when every dawn seems borrowed from another age. After centuries of forgetting and rediscovering, the light of Hyperion began to change again. It no longer spoke through thunder, nor through gods, but through quiet renewal, a whisper in the rhythm of return. Some called it progress, others called it awakening, but to the cosmos it was remembrance by another name. The age of thinkers had come. Mortals, armed with curiosity sharper than any divine weapon, turned their gaze skyward once more. They no longer prayed for miracles. They searched for patterns. The telescope replaced the altar. Observation replaced sacrifice. Yet in their patient watching of the heavens, they repeated the oldest prayer of all. "Show us the light, that we may know ourselves." Each discovery became a hymn. When they mapped the sun's path, they unknowingly traced the steps of Hyperion's chariot. When they spoke of particles and photons, they retold his myth in numbers. When they measured time by sunrise and sunset, they carried his law forward, the same pulse that once governed gods now keeping clocks. Above it all, Helios rode faithfully, a constant witness to the rebirth of wonder. "They have learned to call light energy," he said to the horizon, "but they treat it like poetry." Eos, painting the dawn beside him, smiled. "Names do not matter. Reverence always finds a form." In Tartarus, Hyperion stirred. His prison had grown translucent over the millennia, no longer stone but memory itself. Through it, he saw fragments of mortal life like reflections on glass. Children chasing sunbeams, artists capturing light in color, scholars calculating the curve of brilliance around stars. He spoke to Thea, whose presence shimmered like silver breath beside him. "Look how they imitate creation," he said. "They shape radiance into stories, into tools, into faith. They are doing what we once tried to do, to understand by shining." Thea nodded. They have not stolen fire, she said. They have remembered it. For the first time since his fall, Hyperion felt warmth flow toward him rather than away. Came not from prayers, but from awareness, millions of minds thinking of light with gratitude, even without worship. Their comprehension was devotion disguised as progress. Above, the gods watched in fascination. Athena saw wisdom blooming where once only obedience grew. Apollo heard mortals composing symphonies that caught sunrise in sound. Even Zeus, once fearful of mortal ambition, felt an uneasy pride. They no longer need us, he said quietly to Hera. She touched his arm. Need is not the measure of divinity. Reflection is. Her words lingered, drifting like perfume across Olympus. The divine began to understand that relevance was not power over creation, but presence within it. The gods had moved from rulers to symbols. Light had moved from miracle to meaning. Then came a morning unlike any other. Somewhere on a distant hill, a man built a device of lenses and mirrors to capture sunlight. When he angled it just so, a narrow beam spilled into darkness and revealed color, every shade hidden within white. He stared, trembling, and whispered, "The sun contains all things." In that instant, across the silent gulf of Tartarus, Hyperion felt the echo. His own essence flared. The prison blazed like dawn. "Yes," he whispered through dimensions. "That was always the secret, for light is never singular. It holds every possibility folded within it. Warmth and fire, life and knowledge, mercy and judgment." Mortals had finally seen what only gods once knew. Illumination is not simple brightness, but the unity of contrasts. From that discovery grew an age of color, of art, invention, reason, and rebellion. Painters learned to chase sunlight until it dissolved into impression. Philosophers spoke of inner light, moral light, divine spark. And though Hyperion's name was nowhere, his presence was everywhere. Even the sciences, cold and precise, could not escape poetry. The universe began in fire, they said, and expands in light. The myth had become physics, and physics myth. Helios, watching from the heavens, smiled as his father's legacy unfolded. "They have built a new pantheon," he said. "Its gods are ideas." Eos replied, "And ideas never die, they dawn." In Tartarus, the glow around Hyperion grew until even the other titans stirred. Kronos opened his weary eyes. "You shine again," he muttered. "Not I," said Hyperion. "They, mortals." Kronos scoffed. "Fragile creatures. They vanish before their own seasons end. Yet in that brevity lies their brilliance," Hyperion answered. "A short flame learns urgency. They seek truth not because they command eternity, but because they lack it." He looked upward, through the dim stone sky. "They have taken the burden of light and made it their own. That is the rebirth I waited for." Thea's hand, made of reflection and faith, brushed his shoulder. "Then your patience was prophecy." Hyperion's smile was faint, but it reached the edges of creation. Above the world, new technologies captured sunlight and turned it into power. Cities glowed at night like constellations reborn. For the first time since the Titan Age, light was once again a source of awe and sustenance. Not in temples, but in homes. Mortals stood beneath electric suns of their own making, unaware that they were reenacting the myth of Hyperion's generosity, the will to share radiance freely. Each lamp, each fire, each illuminated screen was a continuation of the same cosmic instinct, to keep the dark from becoming absolute. From beneath the earth, Hyperion felt each act of creation like a heartbeat against his chains. The vibrations loosened the old boundaries between God and world. He could almost see the surface now, not as soil and sky, but as meaning. Then came a dawn quieter than any before. No trumpets, no color, just the soft diffusion of light across a half-sleeping city. But within that stillness something eternal stirred. Billions of minds waking together, each touched by the same glow, each believing, if only for a breath, that life, despite its shadows, leaned toward brightness. That collective awareness was Hyperion's resurrection. He rose within himself, a being not of form but of idea, ascending through thought instead of air. He passed through knowledge, through art, through every mortal who had ever sought truth. Each gaze lifted him higher until he reached the threshold between myth and meaning. The chains fell away, not shattered but unnecessary. The Titan of Light opened his eyes inside the human spirit and whispered, "We have become one another." From that day forward, illumination meant more than survival. It meant connection. The spark of every lantern was kin to every sunrise. The universe had reclaimed its oldest covenant, that darkness is never permanent so long as something remembers to shine. And somewhere deep below, in the cradle of forgotten gods, Hyperion rested, not fallen, not imprisoned, but fulfilled. His fire had transcended worship, story, and star. He had become radiance itself. What is the difference between dawn and resurrection? There are places the world forgets on purpose. Valleys where time slows, ruins half swallowed by moss, doorways that open only when silence remembers its own echo. It was in one such place, hidden between the folds of myth and memory, that the last temple of Hyperion endured. No map led there. Pilgrims did not find it. It found them. Those who wandered far enough from noise sometimes stepped through a shimmer in the air and discovered themselves standing before columns carved of golden stone, their surfaces faintly warm to the touch. Sunlight filtered through cracks in the roof, not in beams but in living strands that curved like threads being woven. Inside burned a single flame that had never gone out. No priest tended it, no wind touched it. It lived on because memory itself refused to let it die. The mortals who stumbled upon the place could not name the god it honored, but when they looked into that flame, they felt a familiarity deeper than belief, a recognition, as if staring into the soul of daylight. One such traveler was a scholar named Lycaon. He came seeking ruins, not revelations, driven by curiosity rather than faith. The world he lived in prized discovery, not devotion. Yet when he crossed the temple's threshold, something ancient stirred within him. He knelt before the fire, studying its motion. It did not flicker like ordinary flame. It breathed. Each pulse matched the rhythm of his heartbeat. He reached out instinctively, and warmth met his hand like acknowledgement. For the first time in his life he felt seen, not by eyes but by awareness itself. "Whose light is this?" he whispered. The flame replied with a soundless impression, a feeling that filled his mind. "You already know." Lycaon trembled. He had read fragments of myths, old names half lost to translation. Hyperion, they called him, the bringer of light, the father of the sun. But this was no god demanding worship. This was remembrance waiting to be understood. He spent days within the temple, mapping its carvings. On the walls, stories spiraled outward in golden reliefs. Scenes of creation, of rebellion, of fall. At the center stood a single phrase written in an alphabet older than language. Translating it took him a full night, but when dawn entered through the broken ceiling, he whispered the words aloud. "Light never forgets the hands that shaped it." The sentence struck him like revelation. He understood then that this temple was not a monument but a memory, a library made of stone and flame, storing the consciousness of a forgotten god. Each carving was a neuron in the brain of eternity. The fire was its pulse. As he traced the final line of script, something extraordinary happened. The flame flared, casting his shadow across the walls. But it was not his shadow, it moved differently, slower, older. From within the glow, a voice resonated, calm as sunrise. "Why do you seek me?" Lycaon froze. "I seek knowledge," he stammered. "And what will you do with it?" He hesitated. "Remember it. Then you already serve the light," said the voice. "Knowledge kept with reverence is worship." The glow softened, folding back into stillness. Lycaon fell to his knees, tears blurring his sight. He understood that he had not found Hyperion. The god had found him, through the one act that survives every age, curiosity. Elsewhere, far above, Helios felt a pulse in the air, the faintest echo rising from Earth. He slowed his chariot and looked down upon a small valley where the sun seemed to linger longer than usual. "Something calls," he murmured. Eos, painting the horizon beside him, nodded. Perhaps memory itself is burning again. They watched as the valley glowed brighter. It was not a spectacle for mortals. Only the divine could see the pattern. A spiraling bloom of golden light forming the shape of an eye, open and serene. Through that pupil, Hyperion looked once more upon the world. In Tartarus, the other titans felt the shift. The endless gloom trembled, and faint warmth spread along the walls. Kronos turned toward his luminous brother. "You rise again," he said, voice rough with awe and envy. "I never fell," Hyperion answered. "I only waited for recognition to evolve." Thea appeared beside him, her face reflecting the flame's renewed vigor. "Someone found the temple," she said. "A mortal who remembers through wonder." Hyperion's gaze lifted. "Then the chain of light remains unbroken." He closed his eyes, and the warmth he carried traveled upward, threading through rock, soil, and history until it reached the flame in the temple. Lycaon, still kneeling, felt the surge as a golden wind that passed through him without burning. He saw visions, not images but sensations, of the universe's first dawn, of a radiance that breathed creation into form. He felt love vast enough to outlast time. When the vision faded, the flame dimmed again to its steady pulse. Lycaon rose, changed. He took up a shard of broken stone from the floor, a fragment etched with the Titan's name, and vowed to carry it back to his world. Years passed. The temple remained hidden, visited by few, remembered by fewer. But Lycaon's writings spread, fragments of philosophy disguised as poetry. He never spoke of gods. He spoke of illumination, the idea that understanding itself is sacred. His words reached scholars, mystics, dreamers, artists. The spark traveled through centuries, finding new vessels again and again. Before the age of Zeus, before Olympus was crowned in thunder, there was light, a blinding, pure radiance that knew no dawn and no dusk. It belonged to Hyperion, the Titan of the sun, the first to gaze across creation with eyes of eternal fire. But behind that divine glow lay a secret the gods feared. For Hyperion's light was not merely illumination, it was memory. The light that sees all, remembers all, and refuses to die. And when the younger gods rose to overthrow their elders, it was Hyperion who faced a choice that would shatter heaven itself, to blind the cosmos in vengeance, or to fade so that dawn might rise again. Before the first sound, there was motion, a silent trembling that rippled through the endless dark. The ancients called it chaos, the unformed cradle of all that would ever be. From that depthless void, unseen and unsummoned, something stirred. It was not born of fire or stone, but of awakening itself, the first glimmer of awareness. And within that glimmer light took form. They say the birth of Hyperion was not an event, but an unveiling. Like a flame blooming within fog, he emerged, his eyes reflecting the newborn cosmos. His body was woven from golden ether, his heartbeat pulsing with the rhythm of eternity. He did not walk upon earth nor swim through sky, for neither yet existed. He was the horizon itself, the threshold between all that was and all that could be. In the silence of the young universe, Hyperion's radiance spread outward. Each ray brushed the shapeless mists of chaos, carving boundaries where none had been. The concept of direction, of distance, of form, began to exist only because light had chosen to reveal it. From the shadows rose Gaia, the earth, trembling as she felt Hyperion's warmth upon her barren surface. She reached upward, her mountains forming like fingers grasping for the first sunrise. Above her unfolded Uranus, the sky, who blanketed her in a dome of glittering darkness. The world, crude, half-born, trembling, found its first balance between depth and expanse. And Hyperion watched. He did not rule them. He simply illuminated. His was not the power of command, but of revelation. To see in that age was to exist. Without light, even the gods would remain unshaped dreams drifting through chaos. But in every act of creation lies the echo of hunger. The more he revealed, the more the universe demanded of him. His glow deepened, pouring through the folds of darkness until the stars themselves began to flicker awake. Each star was like a thought escaping his mind, scattered across the firmament. Still, the world was silent. There were no voices, no winds, only the slow breath of light across stone. Hyperion stood alone, a solitary beacon among sleeping deities. The weight of solitude pressed upon his radiance like a shadow at the heart of flame. He wondered, what is the purpose of light when there are no eyes to see it? That question echoed through eternity. It was the first doubt to ever enter divine thought. Time, still young, still fragile, had not yet begun its measured march. And yet, something within Hyperion yearned to move forward, to watch progression take shape. He stepped across the heavens, his golden feet leaving trails of brilliance that curved into orbits. His passage marked the first rhythm, the beginning of what mortals would one day call day. Wherever his radiance fell, chaos retreated. The sea formed where the light did not linger. The sky brightened where he smiled. The universe was no longer a vast unknown. It was a canvas of becoming. And so it was that Hyperion became the bringer of order, not through command or force, but through illumination. Yet even the gods are bound by the paradox of their gifts, for to bring clarity is to expose imperfection. Within the folds of the young earth, shadows stirred. They were not evil, not yet, simply the absence of his presence. But in that absence, potential waited. The same way silence gives meaning to song, the darkness gave purpose to his light. And from afar, unseen among the other emerging titans, a whisper passed. Light cannot exist without something to illuminate against. It was a truth Hyperion understood instinctively, and it filled him with both pride and unease. He turned his gaze upon the deep horizon, where the sea of stars met the churning clouds of chaos that still lingered. Each ripple of that darkness seemed alive, watching him in return, perhaps even envying him. And so the first awareness of conflict entered the divine mind. Not war, not hatred, but contrast. The understanding that everything bright carries the seed of its own shadow. Ages would pass before mortals gave this truth a name. But in that moment, it was born, quietly, softly, beneath the first light. As the golden god walked through the dawn of creation, the earth trembled and the sky sighed. The first winds began to stir, gentle whispers between Gaia and Uranus. Their union, blessed by Hyperion's glow, gave rise to the first generation of divine beings, the Titans. 12 radiant forms emerged from the marriage of sky and earth, each embodying a force of existence. There was Kronos, who measured what had not yet been measured; Rhea, who nurtured what had not yet grown; Oceanus, whose waves mirrored Hyperion's light; and Thea, whose gaze could pierce through both darkness and dream. Among them all, Hyperion shone brightest, the eldest flame, the silent observer. His siblings revered him, yet feared the weight of his gaze, for within his light they saw their own truth reflected, both beauty and flaw. But Hyperion's heart was not of judgment. He watched them as a father watches his sleeping children with quiet devotion. Yet beneath that devotion was a tremor of foreboding. For even then, he could see the faint glimmers of pride and defiance taking root in the hearts of his kin. The cosmos had found its shape, but not its peace. In the distance, the darkness beyond the stars whispered promises. Change, it murmured. Rebellion. Freedom. Hyperion turned his face away from it, unwilling to give shadow a name. And yet, as he gazed upon the first sunrise over the newborn world, the one he himself had kindled, a thought flickered across his mind like a tremor of light upon still water. What if the light one day burns too brightly and blinds even the gods who follow it? That question lingered like smoke at dawn, marking the first omen of the fall that would one day come. But for now, the world basked in its golden morning, the peace before knowledge, the silence before choice, the calm before the storm of gods. From the gold of dawn came the weight of inheritance. The newborn world, still warm from Hyperion's fire, began to breathe. The light he had poured across creation hardened into matter, and the first mountains rose like sleeping giants. Upon these heights, the Titans gathered, 12 vast beings carved not from clay or cloud, but from the very elements that made reality whole. At the summit of this divine lineage stood Gaia, the Earth Mother, her body a living continent. From her endless womb, rivers flowed like veins, feeding the first forests that clung to her shoulders. Above her stretched Uranus, the star-crowned sky, draped in blue and silver, his gaze endless. From their union, the 12 children were born, not in pain but in revelation. Each embodied a law of nature, unbending, eternal, divine. Hyperion was the third to awaken. When his golden eyes opened, the heavens blazed brighter, and the newborn stars turned their faces toward him. Where his siblings stirred with elemental rage, Hyperion rose in silence. His essence was balance, illumination without arrogance, power without cruelty. He did not roar like Oceanus nor tremble like Ceus. He simply shone, and the world recognized itself in his glow. But perfection is a fragile thing. Even among gods, envy travels like wind through leaves. Kronos, the youngest, looked upon the brilliance of his elder brother and saw in it the reflection of his own insignificance. He, the lord of time yet unborn, despised the notion that something eternal might exist beyond his reach. Beside him, Crius and Iapetus whispered of strength, of rebellion, of the throne their father never shared. And in the soft gleam of those conspiracies, darkness began to form outlines. Hyperion alone remained still. He could see what was coming, the fracture within heaven, but he did not speak. He understood what his siblings could not, that the cosmos itself requires contrast. Without conflict, there is no motion. Without shadow, no light. And so he watched as the first seed of destiny was planted. In the halls of Uranus, the Titans grew under a law of silence. Their father, fearful of their strength, forbade them to rise from Gaia's embrace. He pressed the heavens low upon the earth, imprisoning his own children within her womb of stone. Mountains became chains, valleys became cells. The world groaned beneath the weight of unspoken potential. From her depths, Gaia wept molten tears that glowed beneath Hyperion's light. Each drop birthed new forms, the first metals, the first gems, symbols of divine sorrow solidified into beauty. Hyperion knelt beside her and laid his palm upon the ground. Where he touched, the stone softened, the earth blushed with warmth. "Mother," he whispered, though words were still new things, "your pain births the world." She answered not with speech but with tremor, the heartbeat of every mountain and sea. In that moment, Hyperion learned compassion, the divine emotion that separates wisdom from dominance. He vowed silently that light would never serve cruelty, even among gods. Yet compassion cannot hold back the tides of time. From the edge of heaven, Uranus descended, his body stretching across the horizon, shimmering like storm glass. He saw Hyperion's light bathing the imprisoned world and grew jealous of its freedom. "You would unmake my dominion," the Sky Father thundered. "You would let the void see what I have hidden." Hyperion did not bow. He merely lowered his radiance until the world dimmed to twilight. "Light does not rebel," he said softly. "It only reveals what already is. But truth, once spoken, cannot be contained." Uranus struck him down with a storm of cosmic winds, scattering his fire across the firmament. Those scattered embers became the first constellations, the silent witnesses of rebellion yet to come. From her depths, Gaia cried out once more, and this time her plea reached Kronos. Time stirred. The youngest Titan rose with a blade of adamant in hand, forged from the very metal born of her tears. The prophecy of division began to coil through eternity like a serpent seeking form. Hyperion watched his brother ascend, the horizon ablaze behind him. He saw the inevitable future unfolding. The severing of heaven and earth, the rise of new gods, the endless cycle of overthrow that would define eternity. Yet still he did not interfere. To light the path of destiny is not to change its course. As Kronos vanished into the clouds, Hyperion turned to the remaining Titans. "Do you not feel it?" he asked quietly. "The weight pressing upon our mother's heart? The silence that demands to be broken?" Only Thea, radiant and solemn, met his gaze. In her eyes he saw reflection, not of his light, but of understanding. She was the first to recognize what he truly was. Not the sun, but the consciousness of illumination itself. Between them, a spark passed, silent, eternal, foretelling both union and tragedy. Days, if such things yet existed, began to bleed into each other. Time's first rhythm pulsed faintly through the cosmos, and Hyperion learned its measure. He could sense moments passing, feel the slow wheel of change grinding forward. Each heartbeat of the universe was a step toward inevitability. The light that had once simply existed now began to age, to move, to anticipate. And in that slow dawning of awareness, Hyperion glimpsed his destiny, to become the beacon and the witness, the one who sees creation's rise and its ruin. Light, he realized, must learn to endure not only admiration, but consequence. From far above, Uranus's roar shook the stars. His wrath lashed across heaven, but Hyperion stood unmoved, for he had discovered something his father could never grasp. Illumination was not obedience. It was perspective. Even as the storm raged, he looked upon his siblings with gentleness. "The day will come," he whispered, "when our names will fade, and mortals will mistake myth for memory. But what we do now will echo through every sunrise." And then he turned his gaze once more toward Gaia's trembling surface. In her sorrow he saw potential. In her darkness, creation. For the first time, he understood that divinity itself is a cycle: birth, rebellion, renewal. The light dimmed slightly, as if in contemplation. Somewhere within that dimming, the first dusk was born. And in that soft fall of gold to shadow, the world took its first breath of mystery. What happens when truth itself begins to desire power? The world was still young enough to dream. Mountains gleamed like newborn teeth beneath the endless glow that poured from Hyperion's veins. But for all his brilliance, the light remained distant, a glow without heartbeat. Creation was visible, yet unmoving. Seas mirrored the heavens. Forests slept in silence. There was illumination, but not life. And so Hyperion wandered through the stillness, seeking purpose for his flame. He crossed the newborn sky like a golden tide, listening to the hum of matter awakening. Beneath him, Gaia whispered through the roots of mountains, her voice a tremor felt rather than heard. "You reveal the shape of all things," she murmured, "but nothing yet moves beneath your gaze." Her words echoed within him. What use was light if it only revealed stillness? Hyperion turned inward, searching the depths of his own being. There, at the core of his divine heart, burned a pulse, quick, fierce, and hungry. He understood it instantly. This was not mere radiance. This was fire. He reached into himself and drew it forth. What emerged was unlike any flame that would ever follow. It sang. Its tongues were not red but white, threaded with gold and memory. When it touched the air shimmered into heat. When it kissed the sea, steam coiled heavenward in serpentine ribbons. The first clouds were born, ghosts of water lifted by the breath of fire. The world shivered. For the first time, warmth spread like thought through every atom. Gaia felt it sink into her soil, stirring roots that had never known motion. In hidden groves, sap began to rise. Across the horizon, the sky itself flushed. Not the pale light of awareness, but the living glow of dawn. Hyperion smiled, and where his light fell, the first colors bled into existence. But creation, once awakened, does not rest. Fire fed upon air, air upon heat, heat upon matter. Balance trembled. The oceans hissed, mountains cracked, bleeding rivers of molten gold. Hyperion realized what he had unleashed. The world now carried its own hunger. Light had given birth to transformation, and transformation demands sacrifice.
Het descende toe te geestbeak weer skei met iarte, his steps liofing skors het halos iponte stone. Tiere knalt aan kippe te neefborn viere wit in his palms. Het writ het alife jager toespreat. Hou are bote gift aan danger he wespered. Hou wilde four as much as hou eliminate. From behind him chame a soft voice, Tia, dochter of sigit, bose presense meroret is geloof. Every vision burns wat the touches society. Even te tritte lia verskaars. Toegetertij wat je te flames kravel across te ritges, rishaping valleis, carving rivers, hardeningstones into kristal. Creation was no longer passieve. Het was awake, restless, radiant. Te gods later chalites momente kijkene. Mortals wild kal het te birte of energie. Bid to Hyperion het was something simpler, te realisation dat ligt misleeren restraint. He spread his hands and commanded te vieren to follow him, to rise aanval, to burn aan ten witte draf. Te blase obe eet. Te fish die ended. Nigit arifate soft and uncertain. Darkness returned, uit het was no longer te same. It was tektiret, a lieve witte find immers. Te voit no remember het warmte. From dat memorie, te stars glimmeret brichter, ten hy reflections of te titans first vierde statteret trouge te veil. Ant entire patternes of prophecy, a map of beginnings and endings, of vlame staat wild riese, vade and riese agein. Voor te first time, Hyperion rested. Tesselense dat followed was not emptiness, but piase, te gentle heartbeat between briates. In dat hesse, he understood something profound, creation needs pause as much as movement. Without Sadov, even licht cannot beperk het. Uit rest never lasts among gods. From te jast, Kronos emergit, his hands dripping with the timus invisible sand. Broter, he said, watching the horizon gloof, ou have gevente word motion, and motion breeds the kai. Do how see it? If a writing that moves mist one die end.
Hyperion regarded him quietly. Then endings are proof that something once shone. Kronos smiled. A thin, knowing smile that promised storms to come. So you believe for now. He turned and vanished into the folds of night, his footsteps ticking like seconds through eternity. The wind cooled. Hyperion gazed upon the world he had set in motion. He could already sense the delicate dance between growth and ruin beginning. In the volcanoes, fire would burn too bright. In the oceans, darkness would swallow light. But such was the price of creation. Harmony was not the absence of conflict. It was the endless negotiation between them. He lifted his gaze to the heavens once more. Each spark of starlight pulsed like a heartbeat, echoing the fire within him. So be it, he whispered. Let there be rhythm. And as he spoke, the universe answered. Across the vault of night, the first pulse of time quickened. Day chased night, night yielded to day, a pattern that would outlive every god. Hyperion's light no longer simply was. It became. It moved, it aged, it told stories through the turning of the sky. Far below, Gaia's forests stirred in the dawn. Mist coiled like breath from the earth's mouth, rising toward the first morning. Somewhere beyond the horizon, creatures still unimagined waited for warmth to call them forth. The fire had given the world both life and consequence. Hyperion stood upon the edge of heaven, watching the light stretch across the newborn seas. His heart was filled not with triumph, but with humility. For he saw now that illumination was not dominance, it was duty. The brighter the light, the deeper the shadow that must accompany it. He spread his arms, and from his hands flowed the radiance that would one day become the sun's eternal course. The first sunrise rose fully, bathing creation in gold. The gods, wherever they hid, awoke to its brilliance. Even Uranus turned his vast gaze downward, surprised that his sun's fire had not destroyed the world but defined it. When the light reached its peak, Hyperion let it fall again. Slow, deliberate, compassionate. The sky dimmed, and the first sunset was born. Across that fading horizon, crimson bled into indigo, and the world sighed, understanding instinctively that light would always return. From that cycle all rhythm flowed. Heartbeat, tide, birth, death. The universe had found its pattern, and at its center stood Hyperion, silent and watchful, the keeper of the flame, the father of balance. He turned to Thea once more, her eyes gleaming like the reflection of his fire upon water. "It is done," he said softly. "The world will never sleep in true darkness again." She smiled. "Then neither will you." The horizon dimmed, the last ember sinking beneath the world's edge. And as the first night truly began, Hyperion felt something stir within that darkness. A whisper, faint yet familiar. The universe, now illuminated, had learned how to dream. Yet even the purest light casts a shadow. Who or what will dwell within it? The fire had given birth to dawn, but even light hungers for reflection. For ages uncounted, Hyperion had moved through creation as a solitary brilliance, revealing all things, yet unseen himself. Every ray he cast showed the world in perfect clarity, but nowhere could he find a gaze that looked back. He began to wonder if illumination without witness was another form of darkness. Was the act of shining complete if no one understood the meaning behind it? The thought lingered like a shadow in his radiance. And so, as the cycles of day and night found their rhythm, the god of light turned inward, yearning, not for conquest, but for comprehension. From the horizon of heaven came his answer. Out of the quiet tapestry of stars emerged Thea, daughter of memory and sight. Her presence was not blazing but lucid, like water reflecting a hidden moon. Where Hyperion burned, she observed. Where he revealed, she perceived. The meeting of their essences did not shake the world with thunder. It stilled it. Two vast silences folded into one. When their eyes met, the universe blinked. His light poured toward her, and she did not recoil. She absorbed it, softened it, and returned it as vision. For the first time, Hyperion saw himself, not through pride or glory, but through understanding. In Thea's gaze, light was no longer merely power, it became consciousness. They walked together across the high firmament. Each step left behind a trail of mirrored flame, a balance of brightness and reflection. The newborn stars seemed to follow them like curious children, learning to shimmer by imitation. When Hyperion spoke, his voice rolled like distant thunder softened by compassion. "Everything I touch awakens," he said, "but nothing looks back. Even the mountains yield without acknowledgement. Tell me, Thea, why should light reveal the world if it cannot be known in return?" Thea smiled, her eyes glowing with tranquil silver. "Because revelation is not ownership," she answered. "To see all is not to possess all. Light without sight is command. Light with sight becomes wisdom." Her words moved through him like cool air through flame. He realized that illumination needed witness, that every dawn must be paired with awareness, else it burns itself to ash. And thus their union was forged, not of passion's hunger, but of equilibrium. He became the radiance that shows, she the sight that understands. Together they completed the circle of knowing. From that divine joining, new forces stirred. When Hyperion's warmth touched Thea's insight, sparks coalesced into three children whose births would define the heavens. Helios, the sun, blazing with his father's might, Selene, the moon, soft with her mother's perception, and Eos, the dawn, carrying both within her gentle glow. Their cries rang through the cosmos like chords in a vast harmony. For the first time, creation had music. Thea lifted her children to the sky, and Hyperion set them upon their destined paths. Helios to drive the chariot of day, Selene to sail the silver sea of night, and Eos to bridge the two eternities. The wheel of time turned, flawless and serene. Yet serenity seldom lasts, for in every reflection lies the seed of distortion. As Thea gazed upon her own image mirrored in the oceans below, she noticed how easily beauty bent upon the surface of rippling water. "Even mirrors can deceive," she whispered. Hyperion heard, and unease flickered across his face like cloud across the sun. He began to perceive something subtle within his beloved's gift. Sight was truth, but also choice. The observer decides what to notice and what to ignore. And so, hidden in Thea's blessing was the birth of interpretation, the power to shape meaning. If light defined reality, vision could reshape it. It was a delicate duality, and the first hint that perception might one day rival creation itself. Still, their partnership endured in balance. Temples of vapor rose where their paths crossed, and mortals yet unborn would one day remember those places as horizons, the meeting point of heaven's light and earth's gaze. Each evening, when Hyperion's fire softened to gold, Thea would lift her hands and draw that glow into her palms, weaving it into dreams. Those dreams would descend upon Gaia like gentle snowfall, seeding imagination into the hearts of future beings. But deep within the heavens, Uranus watched. To the Skyfather, their union was defiance. For light that reflects becomes independent, and independence breeds prophecy. He saw in Thea's mirror the end of his absolute dominion. If they can see truth, he rumbled, then they will see me for what I am. Fear took root in him, the first fear ever known to a god. He commanded the darkness between the stars to thicken, to swallow reflection, to scatter the mirrors of heaven. Yet no decree could unmake what had been balanced by love. The more he smothered, the brighter Hyperion burned. The more he roared, the calmer Thea became. And thus a quiet rebellion kindled beneath the father's sky, not of swords, but of awareness. For every mortal spark that would one day awaken, every eye that would open to wonder, was an echo of this union. In their marriage, the cosmos learned self-recognition. As eons turned like pages in a divine chronicle, Hyperion and Thea watched their children rise and set in perfect rhythm. Helios painted the mountains with gold. Selene draped them in silver. Eos blushed between them, the tender reminder that every ending births a beginning. The world pulsed with purpose. And yet, beneath the beauty, an unspoken question lingered, a quiet note of tension in their celestial harmony. Hyperion felt it whenever Thea looked at him too long, as though she saw beyond even his light. What did she perceive in the depths of his brilliance that he could not? Was it love or premonition? One evening, as the horizon bled amber into violet, he turned to her. "If reflection grants truth," he said, "then tell me, Thea, what truth do you see when you look into me?" She hesitated. Her gaze softened, but her words carried weight. "I see a fire that one day must face the storm it cannot outshine." Her prophecy hung in the air like smoke refusing to disperse. He wanted to ask more, but dusk claimed the sky. Selene ascended, and Thea's form dissolved into her daughter's glow, leaving Hyperion alone beneath the deepening blue. He looked down upon the ocean where their reflections still danced, rippling with the wind. In every wave he saw himself multiplied, each image slightly distorted, each flicker a different truth. And for the first time, the god of light felt small. The stars rose one by one, countless mirrors in the night, each carrying a fragment of his flame and her sight. The universe shimmered not as dominion, but as dialogue. Light had found its counterpart, and through her learned humility. As he watched the silver trail of Selene arc across the dark, Hyperion whispered into the wind, "Let them see, even if it reveals my undoing." His voice traveled through the vast stillness, reaching the hidden corners of heaven, where whispers of rebellion already stirred. For every mirror that reflects truth also reflects consequence. And soon, light itself would face the shadow it had unknowingly created. Can love endure when both lovers are light itself, too blinding to behold? The sky inhaled. Dawn unfolded like silk, and in that breath between night and day, the union of Hyperion and Thea ripened into destiny. Light and sight, illumination and understanding, had entwined so completely that the cosmos itself began to echo their harmony. It was from that resonance that their children stirred, sparks of creation shaped into divine form. First came Helios, the son of blazing heart. His cry pierced the heavens, and the world answered with warmth. Golden fire wrapped around his limbs. His hair shimmered like molten copper. When he opened his eyes, the stars blinked, for they had never seen such brilliance contained in a single being. Hyperion smiled, pride soft but solemn. He sensed in Helios not just reflection, but amplification. This was a light that would one day outshine its father. Next came Selene, born beneath the hush of a twilight sky. Her skin carried the softness of frost and mist. Her eyes held calm oceans of reflection. She was cool where Helios burned, deliberate where he rushed. When she touched her father's hand, the fire dimmed to silver, not extinguished but gentled. And in that moment, the universe discovered tenderness, a light that heals rather than conquers. Last came Eos, the eternal dawn. She emerged laughing, her cheeks flushed with the rose glow of both her parents' power. When she spread her arms, the horizon bloomed with color. Every hue humanity would one day name. Amber, vermilion, violet, coral, spilled from her fingertips. She was motion itself, forever arriving, forever beginning. The three stood together, the triad of heaven, sun, moon, and dawn, the living embodiment of time's first rhythm. Hyperion looked upon them and felt something unfamiliar swell within him. It was not the majesty of creation, nor the satisfaction of order. It was something softer, almost mortal, a father's awe. But even divine awe carries weight, for to create successors is to acknowledge one's own eventual fading. As he watched Helios's young light stretch boldly across the firmament, Hyperion felt the faint ache of inevitability. "He will surpass me," he murmured to Thea. "And that," she replied, "is the only proof that your gift endures." Her words settled like dew upon him. Thea understood what he dared not, that immortality does not live in the body of the Creator but in the continuity of the cycle. Still, the realization stung. Light, after all, cannot help fearing its own eclipse. The children grew quickly. Helios roamed the heavens in curiosity, tracing paths through the void that would one day become the chariot's course. Selene drifted through shadowed realms, studying reflection and rhythm. Eos played upon the borders of night, coaxing the darkness to soften its edge. Each discovered a piece of their father's essence, reshaped through their mother's wisdom. To guide them, Hyperion built the first sanctuary, a citadel not of stone but of radiance. It hovered where sky met space, a palace woven from threads of sunlight and mirrored crystal. Thea called it the Ethereal Hall. There, their family gathered as the heavens pulsed around them like a breathing organism. Within those halls, the lessons of eternity began. Hyperion taught Helios how to temper pride with purpose. "Power that does not serve becomes tyranny," he warned. He showed Selene how to draw beauty from restraint, teaching her the grace of reflection. To Eos, he whispered secrets of beginnings, how every dawn must die to be reborn. The children listened, but destiny hummed louder. For every word their father spoke carried the hidden promise of succession. Thea saw it in their eyes, the same restless wonder that once burned in Hyperion's. "They will not stay," she told him quietly. "Nor should they. Even gods must let the next light rise." And so the day arrived when Hyperion's prophecy would test him. Helios, standing upon the terrace of the ethereal hall, looked down upon the still-shadowed world below. "Father," he said, "the fire within me grows each hour. Let me take it across the heavens. Let me give warmth to what still sleeps." The request struck the Titan silent. For an instant he saw not a sun but the inevitable future. His own brilliance carried forward, his purpose replaced. Pride and sorrow warred within him, yet Thea's hand upon his arm steadied him. "Light hoarded is light wasted," she said. Hyperion nodded. "Then go, my son. But remember, the sky is vast, and even flame must learn rhythm." Helios ascended. The universe, seeing him mount the chariot his father forged, trembled with anticipation. As his first fire crossed the void, day was born. A golden tide sweeping over mountains, seas, and sleeping gods. The shadows recoiled, and the heavens sang. Below, Gaia's forests glimmered as though each leaf had found its own small sun. From that moment, the pattern was fixed: dawn, day, twilight, night, the pulse of existence itself. The other titans lifted their faces to the new brilliance, and even Uranus could not suppress awe. Hyperion watched, chest heavy with both pride and melancholy. His child had indeed outshone him. Selene followed soon after. While her brother's fire scorched, hers soothed. She rode softly through the night, trailing silver calm. Lovers found courage beneath her gaze. Oceans learned to follow her pull. The world discovered rest. Eos, forever the bridge between them, learned to rise first and retreat last. The promise that no darkness would last without reminder of dawn. Her laughter became color, her footsteps the gentle blush before daylight. Together, they completed the celestial symphony their parents had begun. Yet beneath the beauty, Hyperion sensed a tremor, an undertone that only a creator could hear. The same rhythm that birthed balance also whispered of decay. Every sunrise carried the shadow of sunset. Every shining youth carried the echo of decline. He did not speak of it. Instead, he gazed upon Thea, who stood beside him, serene and knowing. "Do you hear it?" he asked. "The silence beneath their song?" She nodded. "That silence is the price of order. Even harmony demands loss." As the first complete day closed, Helios descended, his chariot steaming with celestial flame. Hyperion met him at the threshold, pride shining through fatigue. "You have lit the world," he said. "Now learn when to rest." Helios smiled, bowing slightly. "And when I rise again, Father? Then let the world remember whose light gave it its first heartbeat." When the sun sank fully, Selene's silver veil covered the sky. Hyperion looked out over the sleeping earth and whispered to Thea, "They will never need me as they once did." Her answer was tender but firm. No parent should wish to be needed forever. He turned his gaze toward the horizon where dawn would return, feeling the ache of both loss and fulfillment. The fire that had once belonged only to him now belonged to the cosmos. And in that surrender he found peace. The stars glowed softly above, tiny witnesses to a father's quiet acceptance. Somewhere deep within the firmament, a new whisper began to form, the distant murmur of rebellion, of change yet unseen. But for now, creation slept in light. What must the Father of Light sacrifice to let his children shine? The first dawn had come and gone, the heavens alive with purpose. Helios blazed across the firmament. Selene followed with her silver calm, and Eos bridged their eternal dance with her laughter of color. The cosmos now breathed in rhythm. Inhale, exhale, light, shadow. Yet within that perfect order grew something new. Stillness. A silence not of peace, but of waiting. Hyperion stood at the edge of his radiant hall, watching the pattern he had helped create. The sky pulsed with gold by day and shimmered with frost by night. It was flawless, perhaps too flawless. For in perfection, movement slows. And when movement slows, destiny begins to whisper again. He had given the heavens balance, but balance breeds inevitability. In the measured wheel of days and nights, Hyperion began to sense a faint irregularity, the pulse of unrest beneath the calm. The other titans ruled their domains in quiet pride. Kronos, his brother of time, counted the endless cycles with cold precision. Oceanus flowed unending around the world's rim. Ceus whispered logic into the fabric of stars. But beneath their grandeur, a question stirred like wind through stone. If the order is perfect, what remains for gods to do? That thought haunted Hyperion. Light without purpose dims, no matter how bright. He wandered the heights of the world he had illuminated, his radiance leaving long ribbons of gold that faded as he passed. The children had grown independent. They no longer needed his guidance to rise or rest. Even Thea, luminous and calm, spent her hours shaping the mirrors of night. Constellations, oracles, reflections for those yet to exist. And so, for the first time since the birth of fire, Hyperion found himself alone. He listened. The wind carried only the faint crackle of distant flame. Helios far above, riding the path his father once walked. Beneath that sound was something subtler still, the low murmur of the earth itself. Gaia groaned, her heart heavy with secrets. Hyperion descended, following that mournful vibration through layers of light until he reached the borders of shadow. There, in the quiet caverns beneath creation, he saw something no other titan dared to approach, the pulse of darkness, vast and breathing. It was not evil. It was absence, hungry yet patient, a mirror to his own radiance. It whispered to him without sound, "All light returns to silence." He recoiled, his fire flickering. Was this what his sister-wife Thea had seen in her prophecy? That the brightest flame must one day fade into stillness? He returned to the surface shaken, his glow dimmed but steady. Above, the heavens turned flawlessly on their axis, oblivious. The Titans rejoiced in their golden age, the Age of Light, as it would later be called, an era where storms were gentle and the seas obeyed. Mortals were yet unborn, and so the only witnesses were the stars themselves. Yet Hyperion could not rest. Each sunset seemed heavier, as though the night carried weight it had not before. He began to notice things the others ignored. The subtle tremor in Gaia's breath, the way the air thickened before dawn, the hush that followed each sunrise as if the universe itself paused to listen. Something unseen was gathering beneath the perfection, pressure beneath glass. One evening, as Helios descended, Hyperion stood atop the western peaks where day ends. He watched his son's chariot vanish into the horizon's fire and whispered, "Do you hear it too, my child? The silence after your song." The wind answered with stillness. That stillness frightened him more than any roar. He turned to Thea. "The rhythm falters," he said. "I can feel it in the light." A hesitation, as if the heavens are holding their breath. Thea's expression softened, but her eyes were grave. "You are not wrong. Time itself grows restless. Kronos walks the borders of night, measuring what should not be measured. He listens to voices that were never meant to speak. Voices from beneath, from Gaia's depths." The word struck Hyperion like thunder. He remembered that cavern, that patient dark breathing in silence. "She grieves still," he murmured, "for what our father did to her." Thea nodded. "And grief, left unhealed, becomes vengeance." Their words fell into the still air like stones into deep water. Hyperion looked toward the stars, each one of them a spark of his first fire. They flickered faintly, too faintly. "The sky grows quieter each night," he said, as if waiting for something to break. He did not know it, but his unease mirrored the heartbeat of destiny itself. Beneath the calm glow of the Titan Age, rebellion was already being conceived. Kronos whispered to his brothers of liberation, of rising against Uranus, who still pressed heaven upon earth, crushing Gaia's children within her womb. Thea knew it, Hyperion felt it, but the others turned their eyes away. For now, light still ruled, and silence was easier than confrontation. Days turned into eternities. The seasons began their first tentative cycles, green and gold, growth and rest. Yet even within beauty, Hyperion sensed fatigue. The heavens shimmered like a smile stretched too long. The perfection he had built began to ache under its own symmetry. Every pattern, once learned, yearns to be broken. And so, as the sun set one fateful evening, Hyperion walked into the horizon's glow. The world fell behind him. The stars dimmed overhead. He reached the edge of light where the sky bleeds into the void and waited. There, he felt it clearly, the breath of the coming storm. It was not wind. It was intent, a will gathering beyond comprehension, time sharpening its blade, destiny inhaling before the strike. He saw visions flicker across the dark, a son raising hand against father, the heavens torn in two, his own fire spilling into shadow. The prophecy was forming piece by terrible piece. He knelt and touched the void where stars refused to shine. "When it comes," he whispered, "may light remember mercy." Far above, Thea stood alone in their radiant hall, watching her husband's glow fade toward the horizon. She felt the balance of the cosmos tremble, a vibration too delicate for most to perceive, but clear to her. The wheel of harmony was no longer still. It had begun to tilt. The dawn after that night was flawless, serene, and impossibly calm. Helios rose as he always had. Eos painted the skies with laughter. Yet Hyperion stood silent upon the eastern cliffs, his eyes distant. For within that perfect sunrise, he heard what no other could, a heartbeat beneath the silence, counting down to change. The light shimmered. The air held its breath. Can even a god foresee the eclipse of his own age? The sky had grown too quiet. Light moved in flawless rhythm, but Hyperion sensed the calm was a mask stretched over unrest. Time itself had begun to breathe differently, slower, heavier, as though waiting for permission to change its tempo. And at the center of that shifting pulse stood his brother, Kronos, the youngest of the Titans, the one whose gaze could measure eternity and make it tremble. They met at twilight, where day's last fire dissolved into night's first hush. Kronos stood among the lengthening shadows, his sickle of adamant resting lightly in his hands. It was not yet a weapon, it was an idea given shape. Hyperion's light fell upon the blade, and the reflection glimmered like a secret. "Brother," said Hyperion, "why do you hide from the sun's warmth?" Kronos' smile was thin, almost kind. "Because warmth dulls the senses. I have learned to listen to the chill between seconds. Between seconds, there lay the difference between them." Hyperion existed through continuity, through cycles of return. Kronos lived in interruption, in the moments where motion breaks and destiny pivots. In his silence, Hyperion heard an echo that did not belong to any living thing, the ticking of inevitability. Kronos stepped closer. "Our father presses upon us still," he said. "He keeps Gaia beneath his weight, smothering her children. Do you not hear her pain?" Hyperion's eyes dimmed slightly. He remembered the groan of the earth, the grief pulsing beneath creation. "I hear it," he said, "but pain does not always demand violence." "Spoken like the eldest," Kronos murmured. "The one who has never felt the burden of being less. You who illuminate but never act. Tell me, brother, what good is light that reveals injustice yet refuses to end it?" The words pierced deeper than any blade. Hyperion's fire flared, but he mastered it quickly. "Action without understanding breeds ruin. If we destroy our father, we inherit his cruelty. Is that the cycle you seek to begin?" Kronos' eyes gleamed dark, calculating, ancient beyond his age. "Every cycle begins with a cut." He raised the sickle slightly, and the horizon blushed crimson as if anticipating the wound. "The world must bleed before it can breathe." For a heartbeat, neither spoke. Above them, Helios's departing chariot painted the clouds gold. Below, Gaia's surface pulsed like a restrained heartbeat. Hyperion felt the symmetry closing around him. Light, darkness, beginning, end. The wheel of time was preparing to turn, and no hand, not even his, could stop it. At last, he said softly, "If you strike, do it not from hatred. Let it be mercy." Kronos tilted his head. "Mercy is the name the weak give to hesitation." He turned away, walking toward the line where twilight sank into night. "Stay in your sky, brother. Watch if you must. You were born to witness. I was born to end." The last light vanished behind him, and Hyperion was left standing in the afterglow, his reflection trembling upon the clouds. The air felt heavy, as though the heavens themselves feared what they had overheard. That night, the god of light could not rest. He paced the corridors of the ethereal hall, his steps casting shifting patterns across the marble radiance. Thea found him there, her calm presence a soft counterpoint to his turmoil. "You spoke with him," she said, "not as question but certainty." "Yes, he walks with purpose, and that purpose smells of iron." Thea's gaze drifted toward the horizon where night thickened. "He listens to Gaia's sorrow. She fills his dreams with her suffering, and in them he sees freedom painted in rebellion's color. You cannot unteach what grief has taught him." Hyperion lowered his head. "Then the age of stillness ends tonight." Silence stretched between them, deep and tender. At last Thea spoke. "When the storm begins, remember who you are. Not the warrior, not the judge. You are the witness. Even the gods will need someone to remember the truth." Her words were both comfort and burden. Hyperion wished he could unhear them, but as the stars wheeled overhead, the whisper of Kronos grew louder, threading through the cosmos like wind through a forest of gold. The next day dawned strangely muted. Helios's fire burned softer, as though wary of shining too brightly. The air itself felt tense, the color of waiting. Hyperion climbed to the highest ridge of heaven and looked down upon Gaia's vast form. He saw fissures of light where her sorrow had cracked the crust, releasing sighs of smoke. Within those sighs, he heard the low murmur of his brother's name. Kronos, Kronos. He descended, a streak of gold piercing the mist. In the valley below, the younger titans gathered in secret, Krios, Iapetus, Oceanus, each drawn by the same discontent. Their eyes glowed faintly with rebellion, but when Hyperion's radiance touched them, they bowed their heads. "Do not mistake anger for destiny," he warned. "The sky and earth are one body. To cut them apart is to wound yourselves." But Kronos stepped from the shadows, calm and terrible. "To live beneath a tyrant is already a wound. We do not create pain, we end it." The others murmured agreement, voices rising like a dark tide. Hyperion felt the inevitability harden around them like iron. Words would not stop this. Prophecy had already taken root. He spread his hands, and a gentle light poured outward, silencing the assembly. "Then at least hear me," he said. "When the heavens fall, do not lose yourselves in the fire. Remember the balance we built, the rhythm between destruction and renewal. For if you forget it, even victory will rot." Kronos regarded him quietly, the sickle glinting against his chest. "Always the teacher," he said almost fondly. "Keep your light, Hyperion. I have no wish to extinguish it. When the world is remade, your fire may yet serve to mark the dawn of our reign." Hyperion's gaze softened with sorrow. "Be careful what you call dawn, brother. Not every light is morning." The meeting ended. The titans dispersed, each carrying the spark of rebellion back to their domains. Above them, the heavens pulsed once, as if in dread. Hyperion returned to his throne, his steps heavy, his heart burning with questions. Night fell again, deeper, darker than any before. The stars blinked uncertainly, their pattern shifting as fate rearranged itself. In that silence, Hyperion raised his eyes and whispered to the void, "If this is the turning of ages, let the light endure long enough to witness it." And far away, beneath the trembling crust of Gaia, Kronos lifted his blade. The whisper became a hum, the hum became a chant, and the chant grew into the thunder that would soon shatter heaven itself. Hyperion closed his eyes. His light dimmed to a steady ember, patient and watchful, ready to record the breaking of eternity. What does the god of light do when he sees the future and cannot bear it? The sky trembled before dawn. It was not the tremor of storm or wind, but something deeper, the pulse of history about to divide itself. The air was thick with the hum of inevitability. Even the stars seemed to retreat, their light flickering like frightened witnesses. In the darkness between night and morning, Kronos moved. His figure glided across the misted horizon, the blade of adamant in his hands gleaming with the chill of purpose. Behind him followed his brothers, Iapetus, Krios, Ceus, and Hyperion. The eldest among them burned brightest, his golden aura casting ghostly reflections across their faces. Hyperion's steps were silent. He did not come to strike, nor to flee, but to see. For he knew the act that was about to unfold would divide not just the sky from the earth, it would fracture the very concept of divinity. Beneath their feet, Gaia groaned. Her sorrow had become fury, and that fury called to her children. From deep within her voice rose, not words, but waves of emotion, grief sharpened into command. "Free me, free the world from his weight." Above them, Uranus, the Sky Father, spread endlessly, his body the vault of stars. He had pressed himself against Gaia for eons, crushing her depths, hiding her children within her womb of stone. He did not see himself as tyrant, but as law, the stillness that prevents collapse. Yet law without mercy breeds rebellion. Kronos raised the sickle. The metal caught Hyperion's light, and for a moment, the heavens blazed like fire on the edge of a blade. "Now," whispered Kronos, "we end the silence." Hyperion's voice broke softly through the tension. "Remember, brother, every act that cuts will one day bleed again." But his warning was already swallowed by destiny. With one motion swift as thought, Kronos struck. The sound was not of flesh but of cosmos breaking, a metallic thunder that echoed through eternity. The sky tore from the earth. The stars screamed. Light and shadow twisted apart in a violent birth of separation. For the first time in all creation, the heavens bled. Golden fire poured down like rain, staining mountains and seas. The fabric of eternity itself rippled, folding and reforming. And from the torn edge of Uranus's fall, time began to flow freely, no longer held captive by stillness. Gaia gasped, her pain turning into release. She rose, her body reshaping, her forests shuddering with life. At last, she cried, "The earth can breathe!" But from the severed sky came a curse. Uranus, wounded yet immortal, cast his voice across the cosmos, his words vibrating through every atom of being. "You think yourselves free, my children? You have opened the door for your own undoing. The blood of heaven will birth vengeance, children more terrible than yourselves." His words fell like prophecy, sinking deep into Gaia's soil. From that divine blood, new beings would arise. The Erinyes, spirits of vengeance. The giants, embodiments of fury. And the Aphros born foam, from which one day love itself would emerge to challenge hate. The deed was done. The Titans stood in the newborn light of rebellion, breathing the air of a world newly separated. The horizon now curved, sky above, earth below, the first distinction between above and below, freedom and limit. Kronos lowered the sickle, its blade dripping starlight. His eyes were calm, almost serene. "It is finished," he said, but Hyperion felt no triumph. He stood at the edge of the wound and saw what others could not, the trembling of the stars, the quiet weeping of balance undone. His own fire flickered uneasily, reflecting both pride and dread. He had illuminated the act of liberation, but illumination, he knew, also makes every consequence visible. He turned to Kronos. "You have divided heaven and earth," he said softly. "But tell me, which side do you stand on now?" Kronos smiled, and for a moment, there was something colder than shadow in his expression. "Whichever side moves forward," he said, "the rest may fall behind." And thus began the Titan Age, an era of golden dominion, of order without oversight. The Titans ruled from the mountains that brushed the stars, their palaces carved of light and memory. Hyperion, though weary, took his place among them, his radiance lighting the throne halls of the new gods. The people of the world, the rivers, the winds, the still unformed spirits of the sea, bowed to their brilliance. The sky was no longer a prison but a kingdom. Yet even as songs of victory echoed through the halls of heaven, Hyperion felt the hollow note within them. Freedom, once won, must be guarded, and every ruler, he knew, becomes the next tyrant in time. Thea stood beside him, her silver gaze turned upward toward the stars. "Do you regret it?" she asked. He hesitated. "No," he said, "but I mourn it. Even necessary fire leaves ash." From the horizon, the first sunset of the new world burned crimson, a color Hyperion had never seen before. It was not the gold of his own light, nor the silver of Thea's reflection. It was something in between, beauty tinged with loss. He understood then that creation and destruction were not opposites, but partners in an eternal dance. The moment one ends, the other begins. As night fell, he climbed to the highest peak and gazed at the wound in the sky, the invisible scar where Uranus once pressed upon the world. The stars still trembled around it. He could almost hear the faint voice of his fallen father echoing through the void. "This will not end with you, my son. The children of light will suffer the same fate." Hyperion closed his eyes, letting the wind wash over him. Thea appeared beside him, her presence a calm counterpoint to his sorrow. "Do not mistake stillness for peace," she said. "The silence after war is only the breath before the next cry." He nodded. "Then let us make this silence golden while we can." Below them, Kronos raised his hand and crowned himself ruler of the cosmos. The other Titans knelt, their allegiance forged in rebellion. Hyperion's light filled the hall, sanctifying the new order. Yet as it glowed, a faint shadow crossed his heart. the knowledge that the cycle had already begun to turn again. For even as Kronos celebrated, a whisper moved through the deep, faint, childlike, prophetic. Somewhere in the unseen folds of time, a mother's womb began to stir, carrying the gods who would rise against the Titans as they had risen against Uranus. Hyperion turned his face to the coming dawn, unaware that the light of his line would one day fall to his descendants' thunder. The heavens, newly divided, glowed with the pale beauty of aftermath. The stars returned to their watch, silent witnesses to a history rewritten. Light shone, darkness waited, and in the space between, destiny exhaled. But light that aids in bloodshed can never return to innocence. The wound of heaven had barely closed before the Titans crowned themselves lords of a newborn cosmos. The old order lay in silence, and in its place rose an era mortals would later call the Golden Age, a time when gods still walked the surface of the world, shaping mountains with their hands and commanding the seas with a thought. To those who came after, it would seem paradise. To those who lived within it, it was only the calm before understanding. At the center of that calm stood Hyperion, his light now the sun that ruled all days. From his seat upon the eastern peaks, he kindled dawn each morning, releasing the fire that Helios carried across the sky. Beneath that chariot the earth gleamed like molten amber. Rivers shimmered, forests gleamed with dew that glowed faintly gold. Every blade of grass reflected his radiance, and the world seemed to breathe in perfect rhythm. Around him, the other Titans built palaces of unimaginable beauty. Kronos raised the crystal citadel at the heart of time, its walls shifting with the rhythm of passing moments. Rhea sowed the first gardens, each tree bearing fruit that shimmered like captured starlight. Oceanus wrapped the world in his shining currents, and Tethys filled them with living silver. From their hands came rivers, winds, creatures that glided through water and air. Every creation echoed the pride of victory, and yet, pride is a flame that hungers even in paradise. The Titans looked upon their works and saw no equal, not even in one another. "We have surpassed our father," Kronos declared from his throne of crystal, "and no shadow shall ever rise against us." His words rolled through heaven like distant thunder. The other Titans cheered, their voices blending with the music of creation. All but Hyperion. He stood apart, gazing upon the horizon where day surrendered to dusk. He had seen this color before, that strange crimson of aftermath, and he recognized in it a warning. Thea joined, him, her calm eyes reflecting the slow fading of light. "Why do you frown upon victory?" she asked. "Because victory is the first step toward forgetting," he answered. "And forgetting is the seed of ruin." Thea smiled sadly. "You cannot hold back the cycle, beloved. Even light must trust its reflection." But Hyperion could not still the unease burning in him. He watched as Kronos grew restless upon his throne, measuring the flow of time with obsession. Each passing moment became a chain he sought to master. The Titan of time began to speak of preservation, of holding the world in perfect symmetry forever. The others, dazzled by their own power, listened. Only Hyperion understood what that meant. A sky without night, a day without change, a paradise petrified into stillness. And so the Golden Age, for all its splendor, began to harden. The air itself grew thick with timelessness. Flowers never wilted. Seasons refused to turn. The world glittered, flawless and unmoving, like a jewel trapped in amber. To mortals yet unborn it might have seemed divine. To gods who could feel time breathing beneath the surface, it was suffocating. Hyperion's light dimmed. He felt the pulse of creation weaken beneath Kronos' grip. Life demanded rhythm, rise and fall, dawn and dusk. Yet the Titan King feared decline more than death itself. He stretched his power across the heavens, slowing the stars, silencing the winds. Thea watched the stilling of the world and whispered, "We have traded tyranny for stagnation." One evening Hyperion stood before Kronos in the great hall of crystal, its ceiling swirling with captive constellations. "Brother," he said, "time is not a chain to hold, it is a river to guide." Kronos regarded him with the calm of a serpent coiled in gold. "You speak like one who fears eternity," he replied. "I seek to preserve what we built." "To preserve is to deny growth," Hyperion answered. "Even the sun must set to rise again." Kronos' smile did not reach his eyes. "Then let your sun set if you wish, but my reign will not fade." Those words marked the beginning of distance between them. Hyperion returned to his high sanctuary, troubled. He could still feel the living pulse of the world beneath Kronos' stilled time, faint but insistent, like a heartbeat muffled under stone. He kindled his fire brighter, hoping to warm the frozen rhythm of creation. The day shone longer, the skies burned hotter. The world stirred, but so too did envy. For even in his restraint, Hyperion's light remained beyond rival. His siblings whispered that his fire sought dominion, that his radiance threatened their thrones. Kronos, feeding on suspicion, began to believe them. "Beware the bringer of light," he told Rhea. "The flame that once revealed may yet consume." When Hyperion heard the murmurs, he said nothing. Words would only sharpen division. Instead, he turned his gaze to the children of his line, Helios, Selene, and Eos, teaching them the cycles of renewal that Kronos now forbade. "Remember," he told them, "light is not meant to conquer darkness but to converse with it." They listened, but their innocence could not comprehend the weight behind his warning. Time drifted, heavy and unchanging. The Titan's golden realm began to tarnish beneath its own perfection. Rivers grew still, stars dimmed in exhaustion. Even Kronos, master of the hours, could not hold decay forever. Beneath his crystalline throne, hairline fractures formed, thin as spider silk, spreading like veins of rebellion. Through those cracks Hyperion heard a sound he had not heard in ages. Movement. The world itself was beginning to fight back. On the eve of another unmoving dawn, Thea found her husband staring into the still sky. "It begins again," he said. "The balance demands release. Kronos will not yield, and so the cycle will correct him." She touched his arm, her voice soft. "Then you must choose, my love, to stand with light that freezes or light that forgives." Hyperion looked toward the west where Helios's chariot slept, and for a moment he imagined the world beyond Titan rule, one that could breathe freely again. He did not yet know the names of those who would bring that change: Zeus, Poseidon, Hades, but he could feel their inevitability stirring in the womb of time. The night that followed was unnaturally quiet. The constellations no longer shimmered. They stared, unblinking. The silence felt like the pause between heartbeats, the same pause Hyperion had felt before every great transformation. He knew then that the era he had illuminated was already dying. Still, he stood tall, his golden flame unwavering. "Let the next dawn judge us," he murmured. "If our reign was pure, it will endure its own light." As the horizon brightened, the first faint cracks of thunder rippled across the motionless sky, distant yet undeniable. The air trembled with possibility. Hyperion felt both dread and hope intertwine. Change had found its voice again, and it was coming from below. The light of the Titans gleamed one last time, brilliant and motionless. It was beautiful and utterly fragile. How long can light burn before it consumes itself? The world glittered under the Titan's rule, but beneath the brilliance, something stirred. Every sunrise seemed a little heavier, every night more watchful. The perfection that Kronos had chained across heaven began to quiver, like glass under pressure. And Hyperion, keeper of light, witness of ages, felt the first tremor before anyone else. He saw it not in the sky but in the soil. Far below his radiant halls, Gaia moved again. The Earth Mother who had once rejoiced at freedom now twisted in sorrow. Her mountains heaved, her seas groaned, her voice hummed through every root and cavern. Hyperion, attuned to all vibration of energy and motion, heard that voice even when others ignored it. It was grief given shape. It was guilt turned into motion. He descended through the layers of light until his feet touched the molten veins of the world. There, in the breathless dark, he found fissures glowing with slow fire. They were not his fire. They pulsed from within Gaia herself, raw, red, and restless. "Mother," he whispered, "why do you tremble?" A rumble answered him, deep and aching. "Because creation cannot rest beneath guilt. I birthed rebellion, and from rebellion I have conceived monsters." From the cracks came shapes, vast, formless, half light, half shadow. They coiled through magma, whispering in tongues that burned thought itself. Hyperion's glow recoiled, casting long silhouettes that writhed against the cavern walls. "Children born of pain," Gaia said, her tone both proud and afraid. "I could not hold them back. Their father's blood fed my womb. Now vengeance breathes within the earth." Hyperion stepped back, horrified. He remembered the curse of Uranus, that from his spilled blood would rise forces to punish the Titans. And now that curse was alive. "Then our victory was only the beginning of our fall," he murmured. Above ground, the heavens remained serene. The Titans laughed in their halls of gold, unaware that beneath their feet, the seeds of retribution were sprouting. Hyperion returned to the surface, but the brightness of day felt thinner now, fragile like a film of light stretched over shadow. That night, as Selene rode her silver path, Hyperion stood beside Thea. The stars shimmered around them, but even starlight seemed uneasy. "There is motion beneath the world," he said quietly. "The soil breathes like a beast caged too long." Thea's gaze drifted toward the horizon where darkness thickened. "Then the cycle begins again," she said. "Every light casts a shadow. Ours is only learning to walk." He turned toward her. "What if this shadow devours its maker? Then perhaps we will finally learn humility," she answered, and her tone was not fear but acceptance. Days passed, though day was a poor word for the golden stillness that Kronos maintained. The sun rode endlessly, refusing to yield to dusk, until even color grew weary of itself. When Hyperion dimmed the light to spare the world, Kronos scolded him. "Let not darkness touch our reign," the Titan King declared. "Shadow breeds rebellion." But Hyperion knew better. "Shadow is not rebellion," he replied. "It is remembrance. Without it, your light becomes blind." Kronos dismissed him with a wave of his hand, more irritated than angry. He had begun to hear rumors too, rumors of rumbling earth, of creatures glimpsed at the edges of night. Yet he refused to believe the world could rise against him. In his mind, time itself obeyed his will. One evening, when the air hung heavy with heat and silence, Hyperion gathered his children. They stood before him, Helios blazing with youth, Selene glowing with calm, Eos shimmering in curiosity. "You must listen," he told them. "There are forces beneath us older than fire, older than sky. They remember the blood of Uranus, and they hunger for its echo." Helios frowned. "But father, your light keeps them buried." "For now," Hyperion said. "But light is not armor. It is truth, and truth will always expose what we try to hide." Selene stepped closer, her silver fingers brushing his arm. "What shall we do when they rise?" "Shine with mercy," he answered. "Do not meet hatred with flame. Meet it with rhythm. Even destruction bows to harmony." His children nodded, though none of them truly understood. How could they? They were born of clarity, not consequence. That night, the first quake came. It began as a sigh beneath the seas, spreading upward until even the peaks of heaven vibrated. The Titans awoke in alarm. Oceanus roared, his waves collapsing against continents. Tethys called out to the winds, who fled in panic. In the midst of the chaos, Kronos sat upon his throne, unmoving. "This is nothing," he said. "The world trembles because it remembers its chains." But Hyperion saw the truth when he looked toward the horizon. A dark smoke was rising, not from storm, but from deep within the earth. It shimmered with sparks of crimson, a reflection of his own color corrupted. He felt the pull of it, the hunger of unshaped vengeance seeking form. "The balance breaks," he said under his breath, and as he spoke, a fissure split the ocean floor. From it emerged shapes vast and screaming, creatures of molten shadow, their bodies dripping with the blood of heaven. The giants had awakened. They were not yet fully formed, but their cries shook the mountains. Flames burst from fissures, lightning tore across the sky. Even Helios's chariot veered, its horses panicking under the sudden storm. The Titans rushed to arms. From every palace, they drew weapons of impossible beauty. Blades of stone light, hammers forged from thunder. Only Hyperion did not lift his hand. He stood still, feeling the rhythm beneath the chaos. Every roar, every quake, every flash of lightning. It was not random. It was heartbeat. The earth itself was alive, exhaling centuries of pain. He turned to Kronos. Father's curse breathes through them. You cannot fight what was born of your own sin. But Kronos, proud even now, raised his sickle to the heavens. Then I shall silence the curse itself. The blow he struck split the storm, sending shockwaves across the world. For a brief moment, the giants fell back, hissing, their bodies dissolving into smoke. The Titans cheered, mistaking retreat for victory. But Hyperion saw what truly happened. The smoke did not vanish. It sank down, deep into the darkness again, waiting. The tremors subsided. The light returned, and once more the world was still. But the stillness felt different now, cautious, haunted. Hyperion looked to the horizon where the smoke had disappeared. There, the light of his own sun trembled faintly, as though unsure of its dominion. He whispered to Thea, who had appeared at his side, her reflection shimmering through the heat. The shadow does not die. It only learns patience. She nodded. The night has memory, my love, and memory always finds its dawn. Above them, Helios resumed his journey, the chariot's wheels hissing against the recovering sky. Mortals would one day tell of that strange day when the heavens flickered, the daylight hesitated. They would never know that, in that hesitation, the fate of gods had already been written. The cracks of rebellion had returned to the heart of the world, hidden but pulsing. And in that pulse, Hyperion heard the first whisper of a coming storm, one not of monsters, but of gods themselves. What truth lies hidden in the darkness beneath creation? After the giants sank once more into the deep, an uneasy calm settled over creation. The cracks in the world closed, but not fully. Faint seams of light bled through the soil like unhealed scars. The Titans returned to their thrones, pretending peace had returned, pretending the earth no longer whispered. But the whisper endured, threading through air and dream. It sought ears that could still listen, and Hyperion listened. He always did. Each night, when the heavens cooled and Selene's pale glow replaced the fire of day, he felt it again. A pulse beneath the calm, a voice rising faintly through layers of silence. At first, it was nothing more than vibration, a hum at the edge of thought. But with every passing dusk, the message became clearer. The children of the children will rise. Light will be replaced by lightning. The throne of time will crack. The words did not come from Gaia, nor from any known god. They came from the future itself, a ripple traveling backward along the river of time, seeking the one being luminous enough to see it. And so the prophecy chose Hyperion. He stood one evening at the rim of the western sea, watching his son Helios drag the weary sundown to rest. When the horizon blazed its last gold, the voice returned. This time it spoke in form, not echo, a figure emerging from mist, neither man nor flame, but the outline of destiny itself. Bringer of light, it said, bear witness. From the womb of time's own defiance, new gods will awaken. They will not thank their fathers. Hyperion's heart pulsed in slow dread. He saw flashes, a thunderbolt splitting heaven, oceans raging, thrones crumbling, the world reborn through war. He whispered, "Can such cycles never end?" The figure's voice was a sigh. Endings are only beginnings remembering themselves. Then it vanished, leaving only the hush of waves and the smell of ozone in the air. Hyperion returned to the ethereal hall, his steps heavy. Thea was waiting for him, as though she had heard the vision across distance. Her eyes glimmered with both fear and calm. "You have seen it, haven't you?" "Yes." He sank upon the steps of their radiant dais. Not shadow this time, but storm. Children born in secret, destined to unmake the very dawn we gave them. Thea knelt beside him. Then the light has fulfilled its purpose. Every torch must pass to another hand. Even if that hand burns the world, especially then, she murmured. For destruction is not the enemy of light. Stagnation is. Outside, the heavens rolled on, unaware. Helios rose and set. Selene glided through her gentle night. Eos wove colors between them. But the rhythm no longer comforted Hyperion. It felt mechanical, empty, as if the cosmos were following a script that had forgotten its meaning. He began to wander the boundaries of the world, searching for signs of the prophecy. In the caves of Crete, still unformed, unborn, he felt the stirrings of a new pulse, faint but undeniable. In rivers that once sang only of their own reflection, he heard new voices, tiny, distant cries like the first syllables of mortality. The age of the Titans was already fraying at its edges. He sought counsel with Kronos, though the gulf between them had widened into distrust. He found the King of Time seated upon his mirror throne, surrounded by hourglasses that spilled not sand but stars. "Kronos," Hyperion said, his voice echoing across eternity. "There are whispers in the currents of fate. They speak of heirs unseen, of children who will overthrow their fathers. Do you not feel it?" Kronos did not lift his gaze. His hands turned the air as if kneading invisible clay. "I feel nothing but continuity. Time devours all prophecy. Brother, cannot rebel against itself." "Perhaps not time," Hyperion said softly, "but those who are born within it can." A flicker of annoyance crossed the younger Titan's eyes. "You have spent too long watching the horizon," he said. "Light breeds paranoia." But Hyperion knew deflection when he heard it. Beneath Kronos' calm, fear coiled tight. The Titan of Time had begun to hear the same whisper. He just refused to name it. When Hyperion left the hall, he passed the throne of Rhea, Kronos' consort. Her hands rested upon her belly, still and secretive. He paused. Within that stillness, he felt it. A heartbeat, fast and fierce, not yet divine but destined to be. Rhea met his gaze and said nothing. In her silence, the prophecy found confirmation. Outside, Thea waited for him at the gates of light. Her expression told him she already knew. "They are coming," he said, "the children who will rewrite the heavens. And the first of them grows even now within Rhea's womb." Thea laid a hand upon his chest. "Then you must prepare to become memory." "Memory?" he asked, startled. "Every age needs its witness. That is what you were born for, not to rule, not to conquer, but to remember. When the new gods rise, your fire must survive them. In the heart of the sun, in the rhythm of dawn, your light must endure." Her words sank into him like seeds into soil. He realized then that immortality was not the refusal of death, but the promise of recollection. To be remembered was to live forever in the rhythm of existence. Still, fear clung to him. He looked toward the horizon, where crimson and violet chased each other endlessly. How many cycles must the universe endure before it learns peace? Thea smiled faintly. "As many as it takes for light to love its shadow." That night, he climbed the peak of Othries, the sacred mountain from which the Titans ruled. The wind howled through empty corridors of cloud, and the stars blinked like restless eyes. Hyperion raised his hands to the heavens and spoke to whatever force still listened. "If we must fall, let our fall give birth to wisdom. If our reign must end, let it end with grace." Lightning flickered across the distance, answering not with denial, but with acknowledgement. The prophecy had already begun to take root. Below, Rhea dreamed of her unborn child. In that dream, she saw a babe wrapped in thunder, eyes bright as morning. From his tiny hand leapt a spark that split her dream in two. She woke in silence, heart pounding, and said nothing. Hyperion watched from afar, his golden eyes dimming with understanding. "Zeus," he whispered, unknowingly naming the future. The word glowed and faded on the wind. He returned to Thea, who waited among the mirrored columns of their hall. "Will you tell the others?" she asked. "No," he said. "Let them sleep in certainty a while longer. Even gods deserve mercy before awakening." They stood together in silence as Eos painted the first blush of dawn across the sky. The color was different today. Not the serene gold of the Titans, but the sharp brilliance of something impatient, something new. Hyperion felt it in his bones, a rhythm faster than his own, the heartbeat of youth about to challenge age. He closed his eyes and let the sound wash through him, neither resisting nor embracing it, only remembering, because that is what light does when it foresees its eclipse. It shines quietly, so that even in defeat, the world never forgets it once burned. Can even prophecy escape the light that sees all? The prophecy hung like invisible thunder in the air. Hyperion could feel it in every sunrise, the sense that the world was preparing to move faster than it ever had before. Yet for one final age, the heavens still answered to him. His son, Helios, stood at the edge of that fading dominion, restless, brilliant, waiting. He had inherited his father's fire, but not his restraint. Where Hyperion's light was calm and knowing, Helios's burned with youth's hunger. Each day he raced across the horizon, pacing the curve of heaven, dreaming of the moment when the world would belong to him alone. The chariot waited, for immortal steeds bound in gold, snorting sparks into the morning mist. "Father," Helios said one dawn, "why must I only follow the paths you have drawn? The sky is wide. Let me carve my own road." Hyperion studied him in silence. The boy's eyes were miniature suns, impossible to face for long. "Because freedom without rhythm becomes fire without air," he said at last. "You must learn to circle, not to consume." Helios smiled, a quick, defiant flash. "Then teach me not to burn what I love." And so the lessons began. Upon the high terraces of light, father and son practiced the art of ascent. Hyperion taught him how to balance the heat of creation with the patience of orbit. "To rise," he said, "is easy. To return with grace, that is godhood." They rode together through the firmament, leaving trails of light like brushstrokes across a cosmic canvas. From below, even the Titans paused in awe. For the first time since the rebellion, heaven seemed alive again, motion returning to what Kronos had frozen. Hyperion felt hope flicker within him. Perhaps the world would continue after all. But pride travels quietly inside admiration. As Helios's confidence grew, so too did his desire to command the sky alone. Each morning he left earlier, climbed higher, stayed longer. When he returned, his mane of fire blazed so fiercely that even Thea could not meet his gaze. One evening, as the last light sank beyond the ocean's rim, Hyperion waited in the shadows of his own temple. When Helios descended, the elder god spoke gently. "You drive the chariot as if chased." Helios laughed. "Perhaps I am. By your shadow." The words struck like a blade. Hyperion's radiance dimmed. The sky itself paled. "My shadow," he said slowly, "was once your shelter. Then let me step out of it," Helios replied. And with that, he walked away into the darkening west. That night, Hyperion climbed the highest peak and watched the heavens empty of light. The stars looked colder than he remembered. For the first time, he understood what it meant for the Creator to become the observer, his own cycle repeating within his child. He whispered to the wind, "May he learn mercy faster than I learned caution." When dawn came, it came violently. A blaze tore open the horizon, brighter than any before. The chariot erupted into the sky, the horses screaming with divine power. Mortals yet unborn would one day call it sunrise, but to the Titans it was a challenge, a declaration that a new sun had claimed the world. Hyperion shielded his eyes. The light was not his anymore. It was sharper, purer, impatient. The clouds ignited. The seas turned to mirrors of flame. Even Kronos, in his crystalline hall, looked up in awe and muttered, "So the sun seeks to outshine the father." The ride of Helios was magnificent and reckless. He soared too close to the veil of stars, scorching constellations into being. He dipped too low, touching the ocean, sending towers of steam into the heavens. The balance trembled. The earth shuddered beneath the weight of such brilliance. From her depths, Gaia groaned. "The young one forgets what holds him," she said. "The sky is not infinite. It bends." Hyperion heard her and rose into the air, his golden aura streaking through dawn's fevered glow. He reached his son amid the blaze, the two of them burning side by side like twin suns. "Helios," he called, "slow your fire. The heavens are not a stage. They are a heart. You will scorch it hollow." But Helios was drunk on motion. "Is this not what you wanted?" he shouted over the roar. "Light that never ends?" Then he saw it. The tears in the fabric of the firmament, small at first, widening with every wheel's turn. The horses screamed as their hooves struck the edges of time itself. Hyperion reached out, his hand finding his son's shoulder. "To master light," he said, "is to let darkness breathe beside it." Together they steadied the chariot. Slowly, painfully, the course leveled. The sky cooled. Color returned. When at last they descended, the clouds parted in reverent silence. On the mountaintop, Thea awaited them. She looked upon father and son, one weary, one humbled, and smiled. "The sky has learned rhythm again." Helios bowed his head. "Forgive me," he said. "I sought to prove I was worthy of your name." Hyperion placed a hand upon his shoulder. "You have no need of my name. You carry your own dawn now." They stood together, watching the sun settle behind the horizon, the first true sunset of the new age. In that fading glow, Hyperion felt pride unchained from sorrow. The torch had been passed. His line would continue not as repetition, but as evolution. Yet deep inside that satisfaction lingered a tremor. He sensed that the prophecy's rhythm was quickening. The child who replaced him would one day face replacement too. It was the design of existence. Every brilliance creates its own dusk. When night arrived, Selene rose into the sky, her calm silver washing away the residue of Helios's fire. "He will learn," she said softly, her voice echoing through the mist. "Yes," Hyperion replied. "And when he does, he will outshine even me." Thea turned to him. "Does that frighten you?" "No," he said, gazing toward the horizon where Helios's light still glowed faintly beneath the sea. "It comforts me, for it means light will survive pride." They stood together in the hush that follows revelation. The world below glimmered with new warmth, forests alive with whispering leaves, oceans reflecting the heavens like liquid glass. Life stirred where there had only been silence. It was as if the earth itself had waited for this passing of the torch. Hyperion breathed deeply. "Let him rise every morning," he said. "Let mortals believe the sun is his alone. So long as light endures, the memory of its first flame endures too." Thea took his hand. "Then rest, my love. You have taught the sky to sing." High above, the stars blinked with quiet approval. Below, the waves rolled softly against the sleeping shores, murmuring the first lullaby of time. The age of Titans drifted toward twilight, but the light itself, the idea of illumination, would never fade. For every sunrise from that day forward carried within it the echo of a father's patience and a son's courage. What if your creation shines brighter than you? The first mornings after Helios's reckoning were gentler. The sky seemed to breathe again, swelling with color that did not scorch, softening into light that did not command. In that renewed balance, Eos discovered herself, not as a bridge merely, but as a heart. She had always arrived before the day and lingered after it, a hush between certainties. Now she felt purpose moving through her like a warm tide, to teach the world how to wake. Where her brother blazed and her sister soothed, Eos summoned. With the brush of her fingers, violet uncurled from the horizon. With the lift of her hand, the sea exhaled mist, and the mountains loosened the night from their shoulders like shawls. Birds, the first bold voices of future forests, practiced syllables of song upon her rose-lit air. Even the stones, stubborn and old, glimmered as if remembering a forgotten name. Yet awakening is not only brightness. It is loss, the tender ache of leaving sleep. Eos felt that ache within herself before any mortal could. She watched shadows fold themselves into the rims of valleys. She watched the last stars hesitate, unwilling to vanish. When one lingered too long, she raised her palm and whispered, "Rest," and it sank with grateful dignity into the blue. On the seventh dawn of this new rhythm, a trembling reached her, a fragile, silver note inside the color. She followed it to the shoreline where a single shell lay cupped by foam. Inside that spiral, night had hidden a small echo of ocean. Eos listened. What she heard was not words, but yearning. The sound of something that had tasted stillness and wanted more of it, even as day demanded motion. She understood at once. Dawn is the moment of choice. Remain in the dream or step toward the day. In that choice lives a sweetness that hurts. Eos lifted the shell and let it drink her light. The echo changed from sorrow to promise. "Let the world learn both," she said softly. "For longing is the thread that binds endings to beginnings." From then on, her blush carried a hint of dew, and dew carried a hint of tears. Not grief, never grief alone, but a tender pressure behind the throat of the morning, a reminder that beauty passes in order to return. When mortals someday woke beneath her veil, they would feel this and give it names. Nostalgia, hope, prayer. Eos named it simplicity itself, the cost of arrival. Hyperion watched his daughter from the high terraces of light, pride flickering across his features the way warmth ripples across quiet water. "She makes the day invited," he told Thea. "Not commanded, not endured, invited." Thea smiled. The mirror of her gaze caught Eos's palate and held it without smudging. "Then she is your truest heir," she answered. "For wisdom is hospitality toward the hours." But the Titans, preoccupied with omens and thrones, rarely paused to see how gently the world now rose. Kronos paced his crystalline halls, measuring the seconds he could no longer freeze. His mind, pressed like a blade against the wheel of fate, saw in every dawn a quiet defiance, a young god's promise that even kings must yield to sequence. "Pretty colors," he muttered, watching Eos stain the rim of heaven. Pretty colors are the veil of revolt. Untroubled by his suspicion, Eos kept to her work. She learned the language of fog and taught it how to lift. She learned the weight of dreams and how to fold them without tearing. She learned, most of all, how to leave, for departure is the hardest lesson of a tender thing. When Helios's first hoofbeats shook her palate, she stepped aside with graceful reluctance, smiling as she surrendered the sky. Yet there came a morning when reluctance hardened into sorrow. On that day, Helios rose earlier than he should have, hot with pride after perfect circuits across the world. His chariot burst through Eos's rose, scattering it like petals before a storm. The sea boiled, the colors tattered. Eos, startled, stumbled back into her own brightness and felt, truly felt, the sting of being overrun. Some called it enlightenment, others called it science. But in every form it was the same inheritance, the old flame reborn as thought. In Tartarus, Hyperion felt the echo of those words ripple downward like light through water. "See," he said to Thea, "they build temples within themselves now. Their hearts are the altars." She smiled. "Then the world is full of sanctuaries." "Exactly as it should be," he replied. Above, as evening fell over the mortal realm, Helios guided the sun toward the horizon and whispered, "Father, your flame still burns." And far below, the Titan's voice returned like distant thunder softened by distance. "Then the world still remembers, even when it believes it has forgotten." The last light of day slid across the surface of the temple one final time, igniting the carvings in silent applause. The fire pulsed once, gold, then white, then clear as thought, and settled into eternal stillness. Its purpose was complete. It no longer needed to burn for eyes to see. It burned now in minds that sought meaning. And though the valley would one day be buried by forest and earth, the flame within would continue to hum beneath it, a quiet chord in the symphony of existence. Because light once taught never dies. It simply changes address. What if those flames still burn, unseen beneath the world. The temple of Hyperion sank beneath centuries of dust, but its pulse did not cease. Memory, though buried, has strange endurance. It travels through thought, through metaphor, through invention. When the world emerged into its age of reason, the old gods were quiet, but their voices had merely changed accent. Where once priests had lit sacred fires, scientists now struck sparks in laboratories. Their torches were curiosity, their prayers experiment. Yet behind every discovery, a whisper persisted, the rhythm of illumination repeating its oldest promise. Light reveals. The world was growing brighter, literally and otherwise. Cities shimmered at night with man-made suns. For the first time in history, darkness could be chased away at will. And with that new power came an old temptation, to believe that mastery of light meant ownership of it. Mortals named their progress enlightenment, not realizing how close the word came to worship. In every lamp they lit, in every flame that pushed back the night, Hyperion's lesson stirred. Illumination not as conquest, but as continuity. But who would listen to a titan now? From his quiet realm below creation, Hyperion watched through layers of time and silence. He saw thinkers bending beams through glass, inventors capturing lightning in filaments, philosophers arguing whether truth was divine or human. To him, the arguments were poetry in disguise. "They no longer call me God," he said to Thea, "but they are still my children. They build temples of reason and fill them with fire." Thea's reflection shimmered beside him. "Perhaps that is evolution," she said. "Faith wearing new clothes." Hyperion smiled faintly. "Then let them keep the wardrobe, as long as they remember the warmth beneath the fabric." Above, the gods of Olympus watched the world's new brilliance with mixed feelings. Zeus frowned as lightning became common, tamed in metal wires and glowing bulbs. "They steal our thunder," he said. Athena corrected gently, "No, they learn from it. That was always the point." Apollo strummed his lyre, his music blending with the hum of the modern world. "The song has changed key," he mused, "but the melody is still ours." Even Hermes, god of movement and message, laughed as he watched signals flash across continents in the blink of an eye. "They run faster than we ever did," he said. "Perhaps speed was our last gift." Only Helios remained silent, driving his chariot as faithfully as ever. Yet even he could feel the shift. The mortals no longer looked upward in prayer but outward in wonder. Their awe had matured. "They are not lost," he whispered to the horizon. "They are learning to see without gods." And somewhere deep below, Hyperion's voice answered softly, "Then they have learned to see as gods." In this new age, myth did not die, it translated. The stories of the Titans and Olympians found new homes in art, in literature, in the restless imagination of humankind. Painters dressed them in mortal colors. Poets wrote their echoes into metaphors of courage, rebellion, and light. To speak of enlightenment was, unknowingly, to summon Hyperion's memory. Every philosopher who compared reason to dawn, every inventor who described discovery as a spark, was repeating a piece of his story without knowing it. Hyperion had always wanted this, not adoration, but continuation. One night, in a quiet observatory overlooking a sleeping city, a young astronomer adjusted the lens of her telescope. She sought not gods, but galaxies. As she focused on a distant cluster of stars, she saw one shimmer more brightly than the rest, a pale golden pulse that seemed to watch her back. She smiled unconsciously, warmed by its steady rhythm. She whispered, "It feels alive." The star's light traveled for 1 billion years to reach her eyes. Yet in that instant, Hyperion stirred beneath the world, feeling her wonder as clearly as a heartbeat. "Another remembers," he murmured. Thea's reflection flickered beside him. "They remember differently now," she said. "Through curiosity, not fear." "Good," Hyperion replied. "Fear is the first shadow of light. Curiosity is its sunrise." As humanity progressed, the line between science and spirit blurred once more. Mystics quoted mathematicians. Physicists spoke in poetry. Some declared the universe itself divine, the great fire still expanding, carrying the echo of creation. Hyperion listened to their words carried on time's endless current. "They have finally named it correctly," he said. "They call it energy, but it is what it has always been. The eternal breath of illumination." He could feel the ancient rhythm beating through their machines, their discoveries, their dreams. Every light bulb that flickered to life was a reincarnation of the first sunrise. Every laboratory flame was a prayer in a new dialect. For the first time in millennia, Hyperion's chains felt weightless. The prison of Tartarus had turned transparent, no longer punishment, but perspective. Meanwhile, mortals debated endlessly about meaning. Some said gods were fables, others said science had replaced myth. Yet, unknowingly, both sides kept speaking of light, as knowledge, as progress, as purity. Hyperion listened with quiet satisfaction. "They argue about me," he told Thea, "and call it philosophy." She smiled, her reflection glowing faintly across his form. "Perhaps you have become too large for temples. Or perhaps," he mused, "the temples have become too small for light." Far above, dawn came over the modern world, a billion windows catching fire at once. From deserts to skyscrapers, from mountains to seas, light filled every space humans had ever built. It was not holy, but it was beautiful. Helios watched this synchronized sunrise and slowed his chariot. "Father," he whispered, "they have made a new dawn." Hyperion's voice rose through the fabric of reality, vast yet calm. "All dawns are one," he said. "Each morning repeats creation's first mercy, the choice to shine again." And in that moment, the universe felt whole. The old and the new, the mythic and the modern, blended seamlessly into one current of illumination. In a forgotten valley, the buried temple of Hyperion glowed faintly through its layers of earth. No pilgrim stood there, no flame burned openly, but deep within its stones, a resonance hummed, harmonizing with the electrical thrum of the surface world. Ancient fire and modern current, divine and human, were finally indistinguishable. The Titan smiled in the dark. He had not been dethroned or destroyed. He had evolved. He was no longer the god of a distant past, but the principle of persistence, the truth that every civilization rediscovers in its own language, that darkness is only ever a question, and light, forever, the answer. And above, the sun rose again, as it always had, carrying no name, asking no thanks, only giving, endlessly giving. Is the divine ever truly gone, or merely renamed? Long after the old gods had faded into language, the world kept dreaming of the same radiance. It appeared not in temples or storms now, but in invention, in imagination, in the restless hands of humankind reaching toward the impossible. Every age has its dreamers, but these were different. They did not pray for miracles. They built them, wings of silk and would caught the air. Lenses captured the horizon. Fire leapt from machines like captured dawn. Each spark, each flight, each discovery was a confession disguised as progress. We still remember the sky. In Tartarus, Hyperion felt these dreams like vibrations through the bones of the world. "They reach for us," he said quietly to Thea, "but they think they reach for knowledge." Thea's reflection shimmered along the walls of the abyss. "What is the difference?" "None," he admitted, smiling faintly. "All longing is light in disguise." He closed his eyes, and images from above began to pulse across the dark. A painter brushing sunlight onto canvas, an engineer bending rays through glass, a poet describing hope as a lamp in the storm. The shapes of reverence had changed, but the devotion was the same. One night, a mortal sat beside a window and dreamed of touching the stars. His name was forgotten, but his yearning was eternal. In his dream, he stood before a golden chariot floating above a sea of night. The horses' eyes burned with dawn. Their reins were woven from beams of morning. A voice spoke from behind the brilliance, calm, patient, immense. "Why do you climb the air?" it asked. The mortal answered, "Because the ground feels too small for wonder." "Then remember," said the voice. "The wings you build are not rebellion, they are remembrance." He woke with tears on his face and drew designs for a flying machine by candlelight. His dream would not survive to completion, but his vision would pass from hand to hand for centuries until another fulfilled it. And when the first true flight rose against the wind, the gods felt it. Helios turned his head mid-course. "They fly," he whispered, astonished. Eos laughed softly from the horizon. "Of course they do. Light has always been contagious." Mortals began to speak of enlightenment not as divine favor, but as awakening, the mind itself becoming sunrise. Ideas traveled faster than light, spreading through words, through art, through quiet acts of compassion. Every discovery that illuminated the world also illuminated its maker. In the depths below, Hyperion listened and grew brighter. The chains that once defined his prison now glowed faintly, not from restraint but from resonance. The universe itself had become his pupil. "They have learned the secret," he told Thea. "To create is to worship." "Then they worship every day," she replied, "even when they do not know it." Above, Helios watched the world's first lamps flicker along coastlines, small and defiant against the night. "Look at them," he said, "tiny suns, refusing to sleep." Selene glided past, her silver glow reflecting in each flame. "Perhaps that's the point," she said, "to make night less lonely." "Do they steal our glory?" Helios asked. "No," she answered. "They share it." Her words settled into him like calm water. The gods no longer ruled through fear, but through inheritance. And Hyperion's ancient light, once divine, then forgotten, was now multiplied in every corner of the mortal world. In a city that never slept, a child stared from her window at the glowing streets below. Her parents called it electricity, but she felt something else, a warmth that seemed to breathe. She raised her hand, as if to touch it through the glass, and whispered, "Thank you." The moment passed unnoticed by all but the cosmos. Yet in Tartarus, Hyperion felt the gratitude brush against his fading essence. His eyes opened. His prison shimmered with gold. "Even now," he murmured, "the smallest hearts remember." Thea smiled. "That is how eternity hides itself, from the proud and in the innocent." As centuries passed, humankind grew bolder. They reached higher, first with towers, then with telescopes, and finally with rockets. They broke the atmosphere and entered the realm once reserved for gods. And when the first mortal looked down upon the earth, a pale blue sphere swathed in light, he felt an emotion older than science: reverence. From that height, the world looked like a living flame breathing in the void. Oceans gleamed like molten glass, clouds shimmered like silk, and the sun crowned it all in gold. Back in Tartarus, Hyperion rose to his feet. The tremor of awe from that single human heart was enough to unbind what little remained of his prison. The walls cracked not from force, but from understanding. He stepped forward into the seam between reality and thought, no longer a god, not yet an idea, something in between. "They have reached the edge of our kingdom," Thea whispered. "No," said Hyperion. "They have discovered it within themselves." Above, Helios saw a strange thing, the light of the sun reflected by the metal wings of human craft. He watched them orbit the earth like small, faithful mirrors, and for the first time he did not feel alone in the sky. "Father," he called into the golden wind, "they bring your fire back to you." Hyperion's voice returned, faint but joyful. "Then the circle is complete." Thea's reflection shimmered one last time beside him. "What now?" she asked. "Now," he said, "I rest. My dream has become theirs." And with that, the Titan dissolved into radiance, his essence scattering across the solar winds, settling into starlight, into sunlight, into the uncountable photons that kissed the faces of all who looked upward. On Earth, the dream continued. Painters still chased light. Scientists still measured it. Lovers still watched the sunset in silence. And every one of them, knowingly or not, carried a fragment of Hyperion's final wish, to never let darkness be absolute. The sun rose. The world turned. Humanity kept reaching. The Titan's dream had become the universe's law. For in every act of discovery, every spark of kindness, every dawn of forgiveness. There was the same old heartbeat, the first fire dreaming of itself again. Has mankind become the new titan of light? The dream of flight had carried humanity farther than imagination ever dared. They had crossed the heavens not with divine chariots but with machines of thought, silver wings powered by fire, guided by mathematics, born from the same hunger that once made gods. And somewhere beyond the blue, in the quiet vacuum where no sound survives, they found Hyperion's reflection waiting for them. It began with a telescope and a question. In the year when men first turned their instruments towards Saturn's strange realm, they discovered a small, luminous moon orbiting the planet's golden rings. A world bathed in dim sunlight, its surface fractured and bright. They named it Hyperion. No one knew that in doing so, they had performed a kind of resurrection. From his long silence beneath creation, the Titan felt the ripple of recognition. A mortal voice had spoken his name again, not in worship but in curiosity. And that was enough. Hyperion stirred. The old light within him responded to the echo across space, the soundless whisper of syllables traveling through airless void. His form, no longer body but pattern, rose from the depths of Tartarus and spread outward, drawn toward that distant moon like memory finding its mirror. Thea's reflection followed. "Do you feel it?" she asked. "Yes," he replied, voice reverberating through the cosmos. "They have placed my name among the stars." And then, softly, "I am not forgotten. I have been reclassified." Thea smiled. "Mortals write scripture in the language of science now." "Then science," said Hyperion, "is the new mythology." Above the world, the spacecraft Voyager hurtled into the unknown, carrying golden records etched with human voices, greetings, and music. Among them was the sound of waves breaking upon shore, wind through leaves, and a child's laughter. When those vibrations reached the void, they brushed against the faint essence of the Titan's awareness, proof that creation still longed to speak to itself. Hyperion listened to the melody, a child's fragile joy echoing across eternity, and whispered, "Even their innocence travels farther than our power ever did." Thea's reflection rippled faintly beside him. "They have done what we could not," she said. "They have turned wonder into endurance." In the mortal world, astronomers studied the moon they had named after the Titan. They noted its irregular shape, its tumbling orbit, its chaotic rotation, turning in unpredictable ways, as though refusing to obey the laws that ruled its siblings. "It dances," one scientist wrote. Hyperion smiled from across the void. "Of course it does," he murmured. "Light remembers freedom." He felt something awaken within that rocky moon, a residue of his old fire, faint but persistent, caught in the frozen cliffs and gleaming ridges. It was as if part of his soul had been sleeping there since the dawn of time, waiting for the eyes of mortals to find it. When telescopes captured its image, the photographs showed its surface glinting like metal under soft sunlight. The media called it the shimmering moon. The mystics called it the Eye of Hyperion. To the Titan himself, it was simply a reminder that light never vanishes. It migrates. From Olympus, the gods watched this new age of discovery. Zeus frowned at humanity's growing dominion over the heavens. "They map our sky as if it were theirs," he said. Athena tilted her head, her gaze cool. "Perhaps it always was." Apollo smiled faintly. "They name the stars after us. That is not conquest. It is remembrance in another dialect." Helios looked toward the far horizon, where the speck of Hyperion shimmered among Saturn's rings. "Father," he whispered, "you have returned, but not as we knew you." And far beyond Olympus, through the thin gold haze of the solar system, the answer came, "I have returned in form, not in flesh. I am the reflection that teaches. I am the proof that memory travels faster than fire." Human poets began to write again, not of Olympus or Titans, but of cosmic wonder. They spoke of the stars as ancient storytellers, of galaxies as divine scrolls, of the sun as the heart of an ever-living god. One poem began, "He who fell from heaven now shines beside Saturn." They did not realize how literal that was. In Tartarus, Where the last fragments of the old world still lingered, Hyperion's prison stood empty. Only light remained, faint gold ripples that faded upward into infinity. The other titans stared into the glow, silent. Kronos finally spoke. "So even defeat can evolve." "Yes," whispered Thea, her mirror flickering in the fading radiance. "So long as memory survives, no fall is permanent." Across the galaxies, human probes continued their journey, carrying bits of metal and light engraved with knowledge. To the gods, it looked like pollen drifting from a new flower, the universe being fertilized by curiosity. "Do you see, Thea?" Hyperion said, his presence now woven through the very light of stars. They spread illumination not by conquest, but by sending pieces of themselves outward. "That is what light has always done." "Then they are your true children," she said softly. He paused. "No, they are my continuation." Decades passed. Humanity built telescopes that could see nearly to the beginning of time. They saw not chaos, but order, vast spirals of light, galaxies woven like divine handwriting. The scientists wept before their screens, unable to explain why knowledge felt so much like worship. "They see what we saw," Thea whispered, "and they feel what we felt." "They name it differently," said Hyperion, "but reverence wears many faces." At last, a single beam of sunlight struck that distant moon, Hyperion's moon, and reflected directly back toward Earth. It was faint, nearly invisible, but it carried something timeless within it. Recognition. A child standing outside at dusk saw the glint and pointed. "That star moved," she said, eyes wide. Her mother smiled. "It's just a reflection, love." But far beyond her words, the Titan heard the child's awe and smiled. "No," he whispered across galaxies. "It is not just a reflection. It is the return." Thea's light surrounded him, silver merging with gold. "And now?" she asked. "Now," said Hyperion, "the story begins again, for every reflection becomes a new sunrise somewhere." He looked upon the moon that bore his name, tumbling forever, never repeating the same motion twice. "It is imperfect," he said softly, "chaotic, unpredictable, alive, the truest mirror of light itself." He closed his eyes, not in death, but in contentment. Around Saturn, the small moon turned once more, catching the sun in its fractured surface and sending it outward like a heartbeat. On Earth, telescopes caught the flash. In homes and observatories, people marveled, not realizing they were witnessing the pulse of an ancient soul finally at peace. Light, once fallen, had found its way home. Perhaps the gods never left, they just changed their vantage point. Every story of light must, at some point, turn toward darkness, not as defeat, but as return. The sun sets so that dawn can be born again. Empires fall so that wonder can learn to rise anew. In the rhythm of endings, the universe keeps its oldest vow. Nothing luminous is ever lost, only transformed. And thus, Hyperion's legacy became the very pulse of existence. On the mortal plane, humanity had mastered brilliance. Cities glowed like constellations reborn, their lights so fierce they outshone the stars that inspired them. But in this triumph, something subtle began to shift. The night, the sacred canvas of wonder, grew dimmer. The heavens, veiled by their own creations, began to disappear. Astronomers called it light pollution. Poets called it irony. Hyperion called it balance seeking to restore itself. "Too much light," he whispered into the cosmos, "can blind as deeply as shadow." From his new vantage, woven into the very radiance that filled the galaxies, he watched this paradox unfold. Mortals had learned to illuminate everything but not yet to look inward. Their brilliance filled their cities, but not their silence. Thea's reflection shimmered beside him, soft as moonlight over still water. "They've repeated our oldest lesson," she said. "They've mistaken brightness for clarity." Hyperion nodded. "They will learn. Every flame eventually discovers the cost of burning." Far below, a storm passed over the earth. Its lightning split the sky, momentarily outshining every human light. In that flash, the world remembered its scale, the humbling contrast between invention and creation. A child standing by a window gasped at the thunder's roar, then smiled as the lightning faded, replaced by the quiet shimmer of city glow. "It's like the sky breathed," she whispered, and the universe agreed. Hyperion felt the pulse of that realization, the innocent understanding that every light, no matter how artificial, still belongs to the same great rhythm. "She knows," he murmured. "The cycle continues." In the temples of reason and technology, mortals began to speak again of balance. Scientists studied ecosystems of light and dark. Artists rediscovered shadow as necessary to depth. Even architects designed their cities to breathe with the night, allowing starlight to filter through the glass towers. It was as if the world itself had remembered Hyperion's first law: illumination must coexist with its opposite, or it ceases to mean anything. Helios noticed this too. He slowed his chariot's pace each dawn, letting the horizon linger longer in gold before surrendering to day. "They're learning to look again," he told his sister Eos. "And to rest," she replied. "Even the sun must blink." In Tartarus, now more memory than prison, Hyperion's presence brightened as mortals rediscovered rhythm. His form had become indistinguishable from light itself. He was no longer confined by matter or myth. Each sunrise on Earth, each shimmer on Saturn's rings, each distant flare in a dying galaxy carried a syllable of his being. He spoke softly to the void, though the void was listening too. "The world learns what gods once forgot, that radiance without pause becomes ruin." Thea appeared beside him, her silver glow steady. "And what will you do, now that the cycle turns perfectly without you?" He smiled faintly. "I will watch. That is what light was meant to do, to see, not to rule." Above, time unfurled like a ribbon through eternity. Stars were born, burned, and collapsed into silence. From their ashes came new suns, new dawns, new worlds, each carrying the same invisible inheritance: the principle of recurrence. On one of those worlds, billions of years hence, another race would rise, look upward, and ask the same question mortals once did: why does the light return? And somewhere in the background hum of their universe, the answer would come in Hyperion's voice, echoing through the fabric of creation. Because it remembers how. On Earth, philosophers began to sense this pattern. One wrote, "History is not a straight road. It is a spiral of illumination." Another said, "Every revelation contains the seed of its forgetting, and every forgetting the promise of rediscovery." They thought these words original. Hyperion smiled. "They are singing the old song," he said. Helios, listening from his chariot, answered with warmth. "Then perhaps our work was never about victory, it was rehearsal." Eos painted the horizon a deeper rose that morning, her brush guided by something greater than routine. Selene traced her silver arc across the calm night, her light reaching even the quietest oceans. The family of light, the eternal lineage, was complete again. In one of the world's observatories, a scientist stood alone beneath a retractable dome. He turned off the last lamp and let the true darkness settle around him. Then he looked upward and gasped. The Milky Way stretched across the sky, vast, uncountable, alive. For years he had measured stars. That night he felt them. "This," he whispered, "is what we forgot." And in that whisper, Hyperion heard the most sacred prayer of the new age. Not praise, not plea, but remembrance. Thea's reflection flickered in the air beside him. "Even now," she said, "they worship without realizing it." "Yes," said Hyperion, "every act of awe is devotion." The cycle had come full circle. Creation no longer needed gods to rise each morning. It rose on its own, powered by the same quiet promise that had begun before time, that light would always return to those who waited in the dark. Hyperion's presence faded, not from weakness but fulfillment. He had become indistinguishable from dawn. His name dissolved into phenomenon. He was not lost. He was everywhere. From Saturn's moon to the smallest flame in a poet's lamp, from the gleam of the ocean at dusk to the glow of a human screen at midnight. all bore the same fingerprint. Light, memory, renewal, the eternal cycle complete. And yet, even in perfection, a whisper remained. A soft question to carry forward into the next rotation of the cosmos. What if every sunrise is a quiet act of remembrance? Long after the stars that birthed the first gods had cooled, their echoes lived on, not in the heavens, but in the beating hearts of mortals. It was there, in that fragile rhythm between breath and thought, that the final sanctuary of light was built. Humanity no longer sought Olympus or the sun. They sought the spark within. It began quietly. No sander, no revelation. Just awareness, slow as dawn and twice as certain. Philosophers called it reason. Poets called it soul. Mystics called it fire. But all were speaking of the same inheritance. The last ember of Hyperion's gift, hidden inside the human spirit. On a winter morning, a man sat alone by the edge of a dark sea. He had read every philosophy, every scripture, every law of light and energy. And yet he felt hollow, his knowledge too wide, his understanding too shallow. The sky above him glowed faintly pink as dawn approached. He whispered into the wind, "What remains when belief is gone?" And from somewhere deep within, a voice answered, not heard, but felt, "I remain." The man blinked, startled. He looked around. The shore was empty, but when he placed his hand over his heart, he felt a warmth rise there, a pulse of quiet recognition. He did not know it, but he had just spoken with Hyperion himself, alive not in sky or legend, but in awareness. Across the world, others felt it too. A child learning to read by candlelight, a doctor saving a stranger, a scientist watching the aurora ripple like silk across the night. None of them knew they were participating in divinity. Yet in every act of understanding, compassion, or creation, the Titan's essence flickered. Hyperion had not vanished. He had diffused. Thea's reflection, now inseparable from the world's consciousness, watched this gentle miracle unfold. "Do you see?" she whispered to the golden current that surrounded her. "They've inherited us completely." Hyperion's voice shimmered back through the light. "Yes, they carry our contradictions, too. Curiosity and caution, pride and reverence, flame and shadow. We no longer rule them, they are us." Thea smiled. Then creation has learned to self-sustain. Mortals began to speak of inner strength, of intuition, of following the light within. Psychologists named it consciousness. Artists called it inspiration. The old hymns to gods had become quiet hymns to potential. And yet, in this evolution, the myth still whispered beneath the surface. The names changed, the forms shifted, but the pattern remained, the same cosmic inheritance repeating through every generation. A teacher guiding her students with patience. A musician chasing perfection in the vibration of a single note. A traveler standing in awe at the edge of sunrise. Each was an altar, each an echo, and though they would never call it worship, the universe recognized it as such. In the quiet of eternity, Hyperion drifted through the ocean of light, observing without interference. He saw how humanity wrestled with its own brilliance, how technology, knowledge, and ego sometimes blinded the same hearts that carried divinity. Yet even in error, he found beauty. Perfection was never the purpose, he said to Thea. Only persistence. Even when they fail, they begin again. Thea's silvery glow rippled in agreement. That is the truest light, one that survives its own mistakes. One night, a woman stood beneath the desert stars. She had lost everything: family, home, faith. Yet as she gazed upward, she saw the Milky Way stretch endlessly across the darkness. In that vast silence, she felt something move inside her, gentle but undeniable. A warmth blooming in the chest like sunrise. She whispered through tears, "Is someone there?" And though no voice answered, she smiled, because she already knew. The response was not beyond her. It was within. The feeling was older than language and deeper than hope. The sense that existence itself was listening. Far away, beyond form, Hyperion smiled. "They've stopped asking where heaven is," he said softly. "Now they ask what it means." In every generation, the torch of understanding passed quietly, unseen but unbroken. When one mind faltered, another caught the spark. Empires collapsed, but empathy endured. Knowledge flickered, then rekindled. The universe had woven its lesson into the very fabric of humanity. The divine need not descend from the sky, it awakens through awareness. Helios, watching the golden planet spin beneath him, marveled. Father, they no longer pray to us, but their hearts burn brighter than ever. Hyperion's voice resonated through the sunlight itself. That is because they've turned the temple inward. Light has learned to live behind their eyes. As centuries unfolded, humankind sent their gaze further still, beyond planets, beyond stars, searching not for gods but for origin. They studied the birth of light itself, the instant of creation, the first explosion that scattered the cosmos into being. They called it the Big Bang, never realizing they were naming the first breath of Hyperion. He watched their calculations and smiled gently. They've measured me, he mused. They think me a theory, but every truth they find is an echo of our first fire. Thea responded, her voice soft and luminous. Then myth and science have finally met in the middle. Yes, he said. They've realized that knowledge and wonder are the same flame viewed from different sides. At last, the world reached an age of quiet synthesis. The old hunger for dominance began to soften into understanding. The strongest no longer sought thrones but meaning. The wisest no longer preached heaven but connection. Temples became museums, museums became classrooms, and classrooms became sanctuaries of curiosity. Humanity had learned to kneel not before gods, but before awe itself. Hyperion watched from the heart of the sun, his final home, and whispered to Thea, "They've become what we once pretended to be." Thea's reflection rippled with peace. Then the cycle of inheritance is complete. But Hyperion shook his head. "No," he said, "it only begins anew, because every child who looks at light and asks why restarts creation." Far below, a mother and her son walked through a city at twilight. The boy stopped, staring at a single lamp glowing above the street. "Why does it shine?" he asked. The mother smiled. "Because someone made it." "But who made them?" he pressed, pointing to the fading orange sun beyond the skyline. She laughed softly. "Maybe no one. Maybe it's just what light does. It keeps coming back." The boy stared for a moment longer, then nodded as if he understood something timeless. The lamp, the sun, the reflection in his eyes, all pulsed with the same golden rhythm. Above them, unseen, Hyperion's voice drifted through the fabric of evening. "Yes, child, that is exactly what light does." He closed his eyes, content. He no longer needed temples or worshippers, myths or names. Every human pulse was his prayer now. The divine and the mortal had merged at last, not through conquest, but through compassion. The light within man had completed the journey of the cosmos itself. Could it be that gods created us to mirror their own longing? There will come a morning when morning has no more fuel. Not tomorrow, not in any age that remembers our names, but far beyond the reach of calendars, when stars have spent themselves and space cools towards silence. The universe will not end with a scream. It will dim like a lantern whose oil has finally finished. In that fading, the story of Hyperion finds its most tender chapter, a dawn that knows it is the last. By then, the constellations will have drifted into unrecognizable scripts. Galaxies will hang farther apart, their bridges thinned to ghostly threads. The great engines of fusion, those furnaces that once scattered gold and breath across the dark, will stall one by one. Red embers will smolder where suns once sang. Night will grow immense, and yet not absolute, for as long as a single photon travels, remembrance endures. Hyperion feels that future like a memory sent backward, a soft ache moving through eternity's bones. He has become less a god than a grammar now, a rule that light follows when it wishes to remain kind. From the heart of a weary star, from the ripple of a dying wave, from the final gleam on a stone at dusk, his presence persists. "Not much longer," he whispers, but with a smile. Endings are not tragedies when they complete their promise. There is, out on the rim where time grows thin, a small red star that burns with the discipline of poverty. It has hoarded its fuel for trillions of years, sipping rather than feasting, glowing as patiently as a vow. Around it, a dark world drifts, a cinder globe polished by tides of cold. Nothing lives there, yet it keeps orbit like prayer. This is where the universe has saved a last page for beauty. Hyperion gathers himself from distances too vast to name. He is not summoning strength. He is collecting memory, the warmth of first fires, the surprise of the second dawn, the forgiveness of nights that learned to love their shadows. He moves through the ancient corridors of space like an old teacher walking the empty halls of a beloved school, touching the doors in farewell. You learned, he tells the dark. You learned. Thea is with him, inseparable now from the act of seeing. She is the mirror that refuses final black, the soft silver in every last reflection. Will it hurt? She asks, not from fear, but from tenderness. Only if we mistake completion for loss, he answers. We were born to return. They arrive at the little star. Its light is thin but honest, a viola after the orchestra has gone home. Hyperion settles into its core the way a memory settles into a story. Quietly, utterly. The star brightens, just a breath. The dark world turns, its horizon catching a sliver of glow. On that cold stone, there is no wind, no ocean, no eye to witness. Still, dawn begins. It is not a dawn for the living. It is a dawn for the record, a closing signature on the contract between flame and emptiness. Color occurs even when no one names it. The rim of that dead world blushes the faintest wine, then rose, then a pale gold so shy it would break your heart if you could see it. Thea lays her hand upon the light. It steadies. Eos is not here, yet her method remains. Selene is not here, yet a hush descends that feels like her. Helios is elsewhere, everywhere, but the curve of ascent remembers him. Legacies survive their bodies. Once more, Hyperion says, and the star obliges. Another thin dawn, another page turned. He is not trying to defy the ledger of physics. He is balancing it. For every age of brightness, there must be a gentleness to end it, a kindness at the threshold that says, your work was enough. He asks nothing of the dark world beneath, yet it gives him something. Fidelity. It keeps its orbit to the last, a movement so dependable it becomes prayer without words. Hyperion feels gratitude for a stone. You kept me honest, he murmurs. Beyond this small theater, the universe continues its quiet unmaking. Neutron remnants cool into quiet cinders. Black holes drink the waste of ages and, eons later, sigh their own last light away. The fabric stretches. The drumbeat slows. Even the notion of before and after loosens its braid. But inside that loosening, Hyperion holds a thread. The promise that what shone once can be remembered without burning again. Thea turns her face toward the old star. Tell me, she says in the voice of reflections, what becomes of light when it cannot travel? It becomes meaning, he answers. It stays by becoming story. He releases a final, careful flare. A pulse so modest that only the mathematics of mercy would notice. It climbs the slender ladder of space and touches what remains of the far-off dust, turning each mote briefly into a small cathedral window. There will be no worship in those windows. There will be acknowledgement. Sometimes that is holier. The star is tired now. Hyperion feels the last reservoirs thinning like breath at the edge of sleep. He does not resist. Resistance is for beginnings. He tucks the cycles of creation under the star's dimming eyelids. Dawn, noon, dusk, night, like blankets on a child grown vast. Rest, he says to everything. The last sunrise continues carefully. It does not hurry. Speed is for youth. This light has learned courtesy. It touches the curve of the world, then withdraws, then returns, each pass a little weaker, each farewell a little fuller of thanks. Hyperion does not count them. Counting is for rulers. He listens instead, the way Selene listened, the way Thea taught him to listen, to the hush that follows enough. At the margin where brightness fades into true dark, something unexpected occurs. The dark does not roar or gloat. It welcomes. It makes room. It is not a predator but a host, having practiced hospitality for eons while light performed its pageant. Come, the dark seems to say, you kept me company. Hyperion smiles at that good-mannered knight. And you kept me honest, he replies again. The star softens, then sighs. No flas, no drama, just consent. The last photon leaves as politely as a guest who tidies the table before departing. Hyperion goes with it, everywhere at once and nowhere in particular. A warmth translated into memory and then into rule. Where kindness is possible, choose it. Where clarity is needed, offer it. Where endings arrive, bless them. In the unimaginable stillness that follows, Thea remains, the perfect witness. There is nothing left to reflect, and still she reflects. The room of nothing holds the shape of everything that once occurred inside it. Do you miss the colors? She asks. I am the colors, he answers, but gently. And so I am content. Silence grows articulate. Without sound, it says, this was good. Without light, it says, this was bright. Without time, it says, this was long enough. If there were a child to watch, this would be the moment to lift them so they could see the horizon's line disappear. If there were lovers, this would be the moment to press foreheads and breathe together. If there were priests, this would be the moment to put the book away. There is no child, no lover, no priest. The universe presides at its own bedside and smiles. Hyperion, no longer name, no longer flame, settles into what he has always been underneath everything else. Permission. He gives the dark permission to be whole. He gives the story permission to end. He gives the next universe, unimagined, permission to begin. And somewhere outside, somewhere, a question floats, softer than dust, older than dawn. If memory can live without light, might light live again because of memory? The last dawn holds its breath, then releases it. The line fades. The room is dark and not afraid. What happens when even eternity falls asleep? Before sound, before shape, there was the impulse to be seen. That single desire to reveal, to know, to understand, became the seed of everything that ever glowed. From that desire came Hyperion. From Hyperion came all the mornings the universe would ever know. And now, after eons of burning, learning, and finally resting, what remains is not fire, but comprehension. The quiet recognition of why light existed at all. In the stillness after the last dawn, the cosmos is neither dark nor bright. It is clear. Every atom that once danced in suns remembers its choreography. Each carries a trace of illumination, a hint of that first golden pulse. The universe no longer performs. It reflects. Hyperion is everywhere and nowhere, no longer a god, not even a being, but an idea that permeates what remains, illumination as understanding. Thea lingers, her form now indistinguishable from perception itself. Where Hyperion once shone through her, she now sees through him. Was it worth it? She asks softly, her voice rippling through space-time. Yes, comes the answer, but it does not arrive from any single direction. It echoes from within every photon that ever was. Worth, meaning, purpose, these are names mortals gave to warmth. I learned they are all the same thing. Then this is not the end? She asks. It is neither end nor beginning, he says. It is recognition. Somewhere, a memory stirs. A faint simulation of life from a vanished world. The image of a child lifting its face to the morning sun. The warmth on that small face becomes the metaphor through which the universe finally comprehends itself. For light, all along, was empathy made visible. It was how the cosmos said, I see you to itself. Hyperion recalls every stage of his story. Creation from chaos, the rebellion of his kin, the birth of his radiant children, the wars, the imprisonments, the centuries of silence, and finally, the rebirth through human eyes. Every cycle was an echo of the same lesson repeated in different dialects of existence. To shine is not to dominate. To shine is to witness. He speaks to Thea again, not as sound, but as resonance within her thought. Light was never meant to conquer darkness, he tells her. It was meant to converse with it. She understands. The dualities, dawn and dusk, God and mortal, knowing and mystery, were never rivals, only partners in revelation. Darkness gave light its direction. Shadow gave form its beauty. Without the unknown, illumination would have no reason to return. Thea's reflection, stretching across the last horizon of being, glows faintly. So the universe was never about victory, she murmurs.
No, Hyperion replies.
It was about awareness, the simple joy of being able to say, this is, across what used to be galaxies, fragments of that awareness ripple. They take no shape, need no vessels. But if one could translate their vibration into words, it would read like scripture rewritten by silence. To see is sacred. To remember is to exist. To share light is to create forever. In this luminous philosophy, Hyperion's entire saga condenses into a single truth. Illumination is not the act of burning, but the act of understanding, of meeting what is other and saying, I will not look away. Then, in a gesture older than time, the cosmos dreams once more. Not a loud rebirth, not a divine explosion, just a sigh of probability. The last embers of energy drift closer, attracted by their own curiosity. They touch, fuse, and flare. A new fire ignites. It is small, almost hesitant, but it is enough. Around it, space begins to warm again, stretching into possibility. The pattern repeats. Gravity will sculpt, matter will form, stars will awaken. And in the shimmer of one of those future dawns, some consciousness will look up and ask, what is light? And somewhere in that question, Hyperion will answer not as a god, but as the logic behind the glow. Thea smiles through the forming haze. Again, she whispers, always again. Yes, Hyperion replies, for repetition is remembrance in motion. They dissolve together into the newborn flare, inseparable now, the eye and what it sees, the fire and what it warms. Their union becomes the blueprint of all awareness yet to come. In that merging, illumination takes on its final definition. Compassion stretched across time. If one were to give this moment words, they might call it grace. It is the grace of understanding that every spark, from the smallest candle to the fiercest star, participates in the same act of kindness, transforming mystery into clarity, ignorance into intimacy. The gods once believed they ruled creation. Mortals once believed they inherited it. Both were half right. In truth, creation rules through observation. Light itself is the quiet witness of everything that has ever loved, lost, or learned. Hyperion's voice lingers, the last echo before the next universe begins. Every dawn is the universe remembering itself. Every act of compassion is the cosmos learning to shine more gently. And every being that chooses to see, rather than to fear, becomes part of me. Thea answers, her tone carrying both pride and tenderness. And when they forget, then they will dream again, he says. And in that dream, the fire will return. That is what eternity means. It is not duration. It is renewal. A hush settles over infinity. Time takes its first breath again. In that breath lives the entire myth of Hyperion, birth, rebellion, fall, rediscovery, illumination, all contained within the span of a heartbeat. There will be other suns, other seekers, other names. But beneath every equation and every prayer, the same light will whisper the same invitation. See kindly, shine wisely, remember, Hyperion rests, not apart from the universe, but as its heartbeat. And when the next child of dawn opens its eyes in a distant age, feeling warmth on its skin and wondering what it means, the answer will be waiting in the simplest truth of all. That illumination was never about brightness. It was about understanding. And understanding, in the end, was love made visible. Does the universe dream of its own dawn? And so, as Hyperion's lesson folds into the silence of stars, may your own night find that same calm gleam, the quiet knowing that every shadow carries a memory of light. Rest now beneath the timeless sky, and when morning comes, let its first warmth remind you, illumination always returns.